Good morning and welcome to the November 5th, 2019 Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting. Supervisor Callaway will not be joining us this evening. She has a previously engaged appointment, so we will move into closed session.
Item 1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, 2 cases pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4.
Any public comment? Seeing none.
Item 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 1 case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2.
Is there public comment regarding that? Seeing none.
Item 3, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, closed session with county designated labor negotiator Che Johnson regarding employee organization, Service Employees International Union.
Public comment. Seeing none, we will go to closed session returning at 9 a.m. Good morning and welcome back to the November 5th, 2019 Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting. If you are able, will you please rise for Pledge of Allegiance? Madam Clerk, will you please lead us this morning?
Let us begin.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Report of today's closed sessions. Item 1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, 2 cases pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. Supervisor Callaway was absent and Supervisor Stopper recused himself. There was no reportable action taken. Item 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 1 case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. Supervisor Callaway was absent. There was no reportable action taken. Item 3, conference with labor negotiator, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, closed session with County Designated Labor Negotiator Che Johnson regarding Employee Organization Service Employees International Union. Supervisor Callaway was absent. There was no reportable action taken.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to the announcements.
Announcements. This is a time for county staff to provide updates of upcoming county events that may be of interest to the public.
Thank you. Let me start off as chair. We are going to have a special meeting at 1:30 today to ratify proclamation for the power safety power shutoff events. That should only take a few minutes and it'll be set for time specific at 1:30. We will also do a poll at the end of today's meeting to find a time to do interviews for the auditor controller interviews. Supervisor Mills, you had a couple announcements.
Yes, I do. As everybody knows, the 11th day, 11th hour of the 11th month is coming up this Monday. That's Veterans Day. And there will be a parade in Copperopolis at that time for those that are interested in attending. Please come down and join us. The Copper Fire will be providing hot dogs and other things, so it's not just a parade. There's going to be a little bit of a mini event going on there. Secondly, if you are in the area of Burns Ferry and Dutchess, just before you get to the bridge, be aware that the county has got a substantial project going on that left turn pocket. Please be careful. That will be completed before the end of the year, but it's an area that needs your attention, especially at night. So just note of caution.
Thank you. Supervisor Toffenelli.
Yes, the 11th hour is when the parade starts.
Yes.
So it'll be the 11th hour of the 11 a.m. Okay. Okay.
Very good. So your announcements from the staff.
I have one.
Madam Clerk.
So I would like to announce the free drive-through flu clinic that's coming up on this Thursday, November 7th, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. here in the Government Center parking lot for ages 10 and older. It is free, so come and get your flu shot.
Flu season's here. Anybody else? Seeing none, we will move on to recognitions and acknowledgements.
Item 4 is from Health and Human Services to adopt a proclamation recognizing October 2019 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month.
Thank you. I've asked Supervisor Toffenelli to lead this effort.
I have the proclamation here, and it's my apologies.
Microphone.
I have the proclamation here, and it's my apologies from the entire board that the dates on this, most people know that October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, but October is also Domestic Violence Awareness Month, and you signify that with a purple ribbon versus the pink ribbon. So this proclamation is a little bit late. However, we will still like to recognize the fact that October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. So, with this proclamation, whereas domestic violence touches the lives of Americans of all ages, leaving a devastating impact on women, men, and children of every background and circumstance. And whereas children who live in homes where there is domestic violence also suffer abuse or neglect at high rates. And whereas domestic violence is not solely physical, its emotional abuse can leave victims with scars as well. And whereas local services providers such as the Resource Connection, the District Attorney's Office, and the Health and Human Services Agency, HHSA, provide programs and services to victims of domestic violence essential to helping them heal. And whereas providing services and support to victims of domestic violence increases their ability to successfully leave an abusive environment. Whereas providing education on healthy relationships and services to perpetrators of domestic violence so they can take accountability for their actions and break the cycle of abuse is essential in preventing further harm to individuals and families. And whereas, and this is a little bit, I'm supposed to fluff this up a little bit, but it's a little bit past the date. I'm not sure if there's a new date that's been selected for this, but whereas we invited the community to join us for a candlelight vigil and speak out event to honor those that have lost their lives to domestic violence, offer hope and support to those still facing abuse, and to celebrate all survivors of domestic and family violence on Thursday, October 24th, 2019, from 5:30 p.m. till 7:30 p.m. at the San Andreas Library patio, located at 1299 Gold Hunter Road in San Andreas. And Kristen, or
Thank you. Public comment?
public comment?
I'd like to... Morning, Rob.
I'm Robin Carter. I'm with Health and Human Services Agency. This is Wanda Dresser, also with Health and Human Services, and Jennifer Pruden, same agency.
Good morning.
First of all, thank you for having us here today. We did have this to be brought here to the board earlier, but PSPS pushed us out a little bit. We did hold the event on October 24th at the library. It was amazing. We had approximately 25 community members attend. We had a couple elected officials. Thank you, Jack, for being there, and Marita was there also. We had many speakers. We had two of our social workers from Health and Human Services. We had Heather O'Leary from Prevent Child Care Abuse. We had Barbara Uke, who is our district attorney. Celeste Mata with the Resource Connection Crisis Center. Wanda spoke regarding what she has endured the past year and a half in her life involving domestic violence. We did have a luminary candlelight vigil. Everybody took the luminaries out on the bridge, thank you, and they actually stayed lit overnight. The flameless candles, want to let everybody know. So it was an amazing event. The thing that made us happiest about this event is everybody talked about prevention and what we need to do and where it needs to start in our schools with our children. We can't be scared to speak about it, and we can't be bothered not to listen to individuals who are talking about domestic violence. So thank you very much.
I'd like to add that it was a very powerful event, and I hope people attended in the future. There's a lot of courage in that room, and it was inspirational. So thank you for all the work that you guys do on behalf of the county for our citizens. It was hard pressed not to make every one of them going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. We will make this a yearly event. Yeah.
Thank you. Public comment.
Good morning. My name is Laura Larson, and I'm the Deputy Director of Social Services. From a child welfare perspective, I want you to know that domestic violence is by far one of the most difficult abuses to assess because it's not reported. The effects of domestic violence on children is hard to see, and oftentimes we don't see the effects of it until years later when the effects start to manifest itself with behaviors. For example, children start to become aggressive themselves, or they start to become scared and isolated. They grow up to have either become a victim or potentially become a perpetrator of domestic violence. It is very important that when we know that domestic violence is happening, that we reach out and we try and support the families. I would like to provide just some statistics for you. The Department of Justice estimates that 1.3 million women and 835,000 men are victims of physical violence by a partner every year. Oftentimes we forget that there are men who are victims of domestic violence as well. That means that every 9 seconds a woman is being beaten or assaulted by a partner. 1 in 4 men are victims of some form of violence by their partner. More often than not, there are children present during domestic violence incidences. Last year, there were over 5 million children who were impacted by domestic violence. In Calaveras County, about 45% of our calls that we receive, there is some element of domestic violence in it. Someone might call us to report general neglect, and we might go out there to do our assessment and then find out that there is divorce going on, or there is financial struggles, or there is substance abuse going on, and in the midst of all that, there's domestic violence going on because the partners are fighting. So in 2018, 492 calls involved some form of domestic violence. That's a lot when you look at there were only 785 calls of child abuse in 2018. Domestic violence oftentimes goes unreported for a variety of reasons. The victims and children are told not to tell. Don't tell because if you do, I will hurt your mother. Don't tell because if you do, I will hurt you. And that is real. They see the violence every day, and that fear of being hurt themselves is very real. Family and friends who know domestic violence don't report it out of fear of getting someone in trouble. Who wants to call law enforcement or child welfare and report that their son or brother or in-law is hurting someone? They're afraid that they'll get arrested, they'll lose their job, and what will happen to the family then? Domestic violence goes unreported because it's not my business, it's not your business, it's their business. I'm sorry, but it is all of our business, and when we don't make it our business, then women and men get hurt, children get hurt, and sometimes they even die. When in doubt, I would ask that we all reach out. If you're not sure that someone that you know is being hurt, but you're hearing about it, or maybe you do know for sure, reach out, call child welfare. You can call 755-6677 and just ask the question. You don't have to report abuse. You can just say, hey, I've heard of something going on. I'm not really sure. What do you think? And we will listen to you, and we will talk to you, and maybe we'll even make a report. If you know that there's domestic violence happening, and it's an emergency or it's happening right now, call 911. Those calls are confidential. The calls to us are confidential. No one's going to know. But at the end of the day, clearly the statistics show us that domestic violence is real and it's prevalent everywhere. And so when we are aware of it's happening, please take the time to reach out and protect a family. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. The public comment on this item. Ms. Corda?
There is a vacuum in a lot of people's lives. They have problems, everybody does. And some people try to solve their problems by using drugs and alcohol. And it's very unpolitically correct to say anything against marijuana, but a lot of it starts right there.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. I'm sorry, Ms. Garza?
Good morning, Larry Garza, District 2. Domestic violence is real. It's in this room. I'm wondering if you're adopting October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month to cover up the behavior of our CAO, Albert Alt, who is an accused sexual predator. What actions has the county taken to protect the women from CAO Alt's unwanted sexual advances? Honestly, how can you possibly, in good conscience, adopt October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month when you're essentially encouraging this behavior by brushing the actions of our CAO under the rug? Thank you.
Seeing no further public comment, I'll bring it back to the board for further discussion or a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll move this item.
Moved by Supervisor Toffenelli. Or second?
Second.
Second.
I wanted to comment, but that's all right.
I apologize. We have a motion, we have a second by Supervisor Stopper, we have comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the comment, and that is that although we are very aware of the physical violence that occurs, sometimes we're not aware of the emotional violence that precludes it. And there is, that carries forward in children's lives long after. So just be aware of kids that are not really wanting to talk about it because it may be the emotional side that is being affected. And you're being able to just take a moment to listen to them and be available might make the difference. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Very good point. Thank you. We have a motion. We have a second. I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0, one absentee. One absent? I got that right, Madam Clerk? All right. Come on down, guys.
Let me read the rest of it.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors that the month of October 2019 is Domestic Violence Awareness Month.
All right, come on.
Robin.
There we go. All right. Ready? Say cheese. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. We will move on to public comment. I think everybody here knows the rules, 3 minutes. Please address the board, and please begin.
Hi, my name's Bryce Randall. I'm from West Point. We know that in our communities and throughout our nation that a lot of people love to serve. We saw a great response in our communities to the Butte fire. Often people want to serve, they have time to serve, maybe an hour here and there, but they don't know where to go or how to find those opportunities. There's a new website, and I've got some brochures here. It's called Just Serve. People that want to sponsor a Just Serve event, can be nonprofits, can be the library, schools, food banks. The fair board would probably benefit from something like this. We used it up in West Point for Lumberjack Day. We're trying to find volunteers to help. And you just, as a sponsor, you go to the website, put your event on the website, and then people looking for an opportunity to serve can plug in a city or a zip code, and anything that's out there with an opportunity to serve, they have access to that, and they can go in and sign up and do that. Not many people know about the website, and that's one of the big problems, but it is growing in popularity and access. So I'll leave these with you, and any organization that you hear of that's looking for volunteers, encourage them to go to this website and see if we can get this working. Because I think it's a great opportunity to help people find the opportunities to serve. So
Thank you, Bryce.
I'll leave this with you.
Appreciate it. If you give it to public speaker. If people who intend to speak could line up by the door, no more than 5 deep, I appreciate it.
Hello, my name is Kevin McAllister, and I'm a property owner in District 5. And I'm here today to speak for justice for Izzy and Silver. Now, I'm sure you guys have heard all the problems with the 2 miniature ponies that were killed by these dangerous dogs. A lot of people in District 5, Ben knows this, we have livestock. And we can't have wild dogs running around killing our livestock. The county has done nothing to mitigate this problem. Animal control has done nothing. They've given the dogs back to somebody. Those dogs should have been put down before they injure or kill other people's animals or kids or whatever. So I'm asking for you guys to investigate this and investigate the animal control, because if they can't control the animals, what's the point of all this exercise? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Corda?
Recently, I was working on the road I live on. There was a place where some new gravel was needed, or the road would erode into the lake it was 35 years ago. Rocks that showed up in the middle needed to be removed also. So crowbar in hand, I worked on the project over a period of a week or so. It wouldn't have taken so long, but being an old lady, I took a lot of rest. Besides, it was hot. There's a new greenhouse that is close to the road and an RV parked in front of it. The smell emanating from the greenhouse made you want to hold your breath, especially when the breeze wafted my way. I heard that marijuana gives off ozone, which is not good to breathe. Kind of like smog. During the time I was working out there, my nose was swollen and I had a nosebleed, which hasn't happened to me in years. Recently, in El Dorado, a law enforcement officer was killed in a pot enforcement operation, an occult sacrifice to the pot god.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ms. Garza.
Good morning again. I'm really concerned about the ethics and the transparency. There's so much transparency in this room, and that's why I'm running for District 2 Supervisor. First, you passed the marijuana ordinance. It's the people's, the residents' tax dollars. They're the ones that's at risk here. You don't even have a plan. And if you do have a plan, it's not a plan that you're willing to share with the people. This is very concerning. Supervisor Toffanelli clearly spoke regarding the concerns of the funding for this new department. The last meeting, and he was deliberately ignored by the chair. Why is that, Jack? The lack of manageable game plan or a business plan. Where is it? This demonstrates the need for the new leadership in our community. We're tired of the good old boys network way of doing business in the chambers. We want transparency and the residents' concerns addressed. You have already voted 3-2 on the ordinance without publicizing any of the standard businesses requiring details. Shame on you for that. I intend to counter this behavior when I get elected by the voters. The second issue I want to bring up is the dogs. It's unbelievable that these dogs were actually released back to their owner. There was nothing done. You watched the videos? Did you watch the videos? Because if you didn't, you really should. It's horrible that these dogs were released. And now that you voted back in the marijuana ordinance, there's only going to be more dogs in my district. More pit bulls, more killings, more murders. You weren't even concerned that the dogs were released without checking for rabies shots or a dog license, because in Jack's world, that's an intrusion of privacy. With more commercial marijuana, we're only going to have more issues. I anticipate some of the problems you are creating are only going to get worse.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garza. Mr. Moore?
I'm Will Moore from District 5, and many years ago I lived in Vacaville when Vacaville had a dehydrator there, and they dehydrated garlic. And Vacaville in those days was kind of a local joke. You could smell Vacaville miles coming and miles leaving on Old Highway 40. And we see often advertised here in the local market, Harris Ranch beef. Well, I've eaten at the Harris Ranch restaurant, and it's a big stinking feed lot, a cattle lot. So actually, I like the smell of marijuana. I mean, compared to some of the possible alternatives, it's pretty good. Thank you.
Thanks, Will. Next speaker. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board and move on to consent agenda.
Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Any members of the board? Supervisor Toffenali.
Item 10 and 19.
10, 19. Other items from the board? Staff? Public? Seeing none, I will ask for a motion for the remainder.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills. Second.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0, 1 absent.
Item 10 is from Human Resources to adopt a resolution authorizing changes to the position control list for fiscal year 2019 and 20 with the addition of 2 deputy probation officers and a probation aide funded by the pretrial grant program.
Ms. Hawkins.
Yes, I pulled this item. I just have an issue with creating new positions that are grant funded. Instead of putting them on as extra hires or whatever, once the grant funding disappears, we now have these positions that we have to encompass, much like we did with the urgency ordinance. I just have an issue expanding with grant funding that is not permanent funding. That grant could dry up and go away next year. So that's my concern with this item.
So I had good morning, Chair, members of the board, Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. And I do apologize, Sam Leach wanted to be here this morning, but during the PSPS event, we had to cancel interviews and reschedule, and so we had to reschedule interviews for the probation department for today. I did have a discussion with him regarding these positions being limited term, and with this, the pre-trial program, which will be coming, the full program will be coming to the board for adoption, I believe, at the next board meeting. It is something that is going to be here. The program will not be going away. We will be required to provide these services. I know that Mr. Leach has had a lot of conversations with Judge Healy on this, and so we know that finding deputy probation officers on a good day is extremely difficult. Trying to hire deputy probation officers on a limited term basis is almost impossible. And the fact that we do have, there is a turnover, it's almost like we do with deputies. Often, you know, having a few more positions is not something that I think would be detrimental to the budget, because we are constantly getting them in, training, and often we see them leave to go to larger counties. And so to make sure that we are keeping our levels up to what we need, often we have to have a few more positions.
Well, I would like to see this, at least this visited annually at the budget hearings, especially these 3 positions. It may not, the program may not be going away, but who's to say if the economy turns down, grant funding goes away, and then we are here and have these positions that we've expanded on, whether we have hard time recruiting people or not, just expanding our position list is not the answer. And I understand that this is a program, it's an initial program. I read what little was presented to us here. But my concern again is it's grant funding. It's not ongoing funding. A grant's a grant. And we've all dealt with grants. We know what happens with grants. Eventually they go away. If the courts want to move to make this permanent, then I can understand. Okay, fine. That's no longer a grant. It's continuing money from the state for this program. But at this point, again, expanding our control list to add these new positions with funding that is a grant, I still have an issue with it. I would have an issue if it wasn't just probation. I think I've expressed that concern before when we were trying to hire for off grant, that it needs to be separated, not just encompassed. That's my opinion. I don't know where the rest of the board is on this issue, but I just have an issue with that. So.
Yes, additionally, the concern would be with these positions and the difficulty in finding people for them, that are we in essence creating ghost positions that may never be filled? Or how long will it take for us to bring somebody online? And if the grant does go away next year, or they require more funding from the county and our funding to take care of it, I would like to also see this as something that we have a clearer discussion of in each budget year, so that we can understand whether or not this is worthwhile for us to be involved in, or the state needs to take it back. So, just my comment.
Recurring expenses being put forward and without seeing the revenue continue is, I mean, Supervisor Toffanelli brings up a very good point. We have to be pragmatic about how we move forward in the future, and I think you know, the temporary, you do make a point about the temporary positions are harder to fill, but we can't make a permanent position when there's not permanent money coming in.
Well, one of the things, you know, when we address vacancies, and I know Supervisor Mills, we are definitely looking hard at our vacancies that we have open on every budget. We are making sure that underfills, that we are cleaning those up. And in this case, we can look at vacancies that are within the department from a budget standpoint in looking at the grant. But I do think that from a recruiting standpoint, it will be near impossible to recruit a deputy probation officer on a limited term basis.
Judy, that leads me to another question then, is that this grant is in the budget for this year. If we don't fill any of these positions, or we fill even a portion of these positions, will it affect the total amount of funds available in the grant? Is it hinged on the actual position being filled?
I believe the grant was for it was a multi-year grant.
Multi-year. But will it affect, if we don't have these positions filled, will it affect the grant?
It says under alternatives, such action is not recommended as it would result in grant funds being lost as part of the item.
And so I would need Sam to speak to the specifics of that.
Okay. Again, my concern would be is if we don't fully fill the positions, we then are probably not going to fully have the funding from the grant for those positions. And our budget is contingent on those positions being fully funded and fully filled when we pass the budget in September. Just a point.
I would, and I understand the situation here with Sam, and he's interviewing apparently today for these positions. I would just like the caveat somewhere in here that we revisit annually at budget these three positions to find out whether there's grant funding for them or not, or any funding available for these positions. That's all that I asked for me in order to go forward with this. I have some concerns of where we're at in going forward with our budget. As you know, I did not vote for the budget as it was presented to us. I see us with the grant going away, if the economy turns next year or so forth, the grant goes away, we have employees that are permanent employees. And the state's going to put it on our backs to pay for it, or we still get rid of them. Obviously, they're going to interview. They've reached out and applied for this job. They know it's grant funded. So if he's doing interviews, those people he's interviewing understand it's grants. So,
Supervisor Toffanelli, I want to clarify, the interviews that he is in is not for these positions. He's in interviews for open positions in his department.
Okay. I thought she meant it was for
Yeah, he can't do interviews until
he's
the
put the
positions
forward-
are created.
I was trying to avoid that, but okay. It's not for these positions.
No.
But even when they apply for it, they see grants. But as long as we can bring this forward somewhere in this, that if we're going to make a motion to approve it, that we visit these three positions annually so we can see where the funding is still available, what's going on with it, are there funds available to continue with it, or what have you. That would be, for me, in any motion that I would agree to.
Let me call for public comment on this item. Is there public comment on this item? Seeing none. Supervisor Toffanelli, do you have a motion?
I would move this item, provided, again, that part of the motion is that we revisit these at the budget hearings annually on available funds for these positions.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion by Supervisor Toffanelli, second by Supervisor Mills. Did you have anything you want to add? No. Very well, then I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0, one absent.
Item 19 is from the Office of Emergency Services to adopt a resolution ratifying the proclamation by the Director of Emergency Services for PSPS event on October 8, 2019.
Good morning. Supervisor Toffanelli had questions.
Yes, and I had a conversation with County Council on this item and this issue. We're citing County Code 2.72 with the authority for you to declare it, which you did. The concerns I have is what that item says under E. It says the director may proclaim the existence of a local emergency if the Board of Supervisors is not in session. Whenever a local emergency is proclaimed by the director, the Board of Supervisors shall take action to ratify the proclamation within 7 days thereafter, or the proclamation shall have no further force or effect. That's what the county code says. And I brought this up and had a conversation with county council on it. I believe there's another one coming forward here too that doesn't fall within the 7-day period. So I question as to whether the validity of this, if we make the declaration ratifying the proclamation, would it withstand any pressure on it at all, being the fact that it's almost a month afterwards when our code says 7 days.
I just want to clarify, our code does say 7 days, but reading the government code that dovetails with our code, it's that the board has to ratify the proclamation within 7 days for it to be ongoing, for it to be in further force and effect. And so it's my understanding that this declaration ended at that 7-day mark, and so there wasn't a need for that declaration to be ongoing, but that in looking at seeking reimbursement, the state is asking for a board ratification of the declaration, even though it is not an ongoing event. And so that's why John Mr. Osborne has brought this proclamation forward to be ratified for purposes of submitting it to the state, but it is not an ongoing event.
And it doesn't specifically say an ongoing event. It says that his proclamation is of October 8th, if I read it correctly, is what it says. So I just wanted to point that out, and it's specifically calling county code in the resolution. It specifically calls out Calaveras County Code Section 2.72. It does say Government Code Section 8630, but it is specifically calling out that. And my intentions are to bring this out and bring it forward, that whenever there's a proclamation that you state and put out, that whether we're in session or not, that there is that code that states 7 days within the county, and that we need to be aware of it.
Supervisor Mills?
I'm agreeing with Supervisor Toffenelli on this, is that it would be in our best interest that if we are, our OES director is going to be declaring a state of emergency, that the board convene as soon as physically possible within that 7-day period for the purpose of confirming that that action is what they want. And I have a problem with us waiting this long to actually bring this before the board. The board could convene at any time in an emergency meeting for the purpose of ratifying such an action. So if this is something that we need to do to be sure that the state is reimbursing us, I understand that, but I would hope that we would change our direction in the future, and that the board be given an opportunity to weigh in on these issues within that 7-day period that we are calling for within 2.7.
Okay. John, do you have a statement, or shall we move to public comment?
Welcome to go to public comment.
Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Further discussion or a motion?
I'll move this item, Mr. Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Toffenelli. Second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0, one absent. All right, it's 10 o'clock. We are moving on to a regular agenda. I am going to call a 10-minute break now. We're 10 at 10:10. Okay. Welcome back to the Board of Supervisors meeting. We are on the regular agenda, item 21.
Item 21 is from the Office of Emergency Services to receive a tree mortality program implementation update from TSS Consultants.
Good morning, Board. Once again, John Osborne, your OES Director. I'd like to introduce our forester, Tad Mason.
Morning, Supervisors. So this is our quarterly update. We're reporting in about every 90 days. Making good progress here. We have about 6 slide deck here that I'll just power right through. To date, we've mitigated over 7,100 trees across 22 projects. We've kept up, of course, on the reimbursement request to Cal OES. The next one will go out now that we've completed Project 23. It'll go out this week, working with Director Osborne. Ongoing projects today out in the woods. We're dropping trees on Project 24 out at Big Trees Village, 234 trees. This is being carried out by a local tree service, Ace Tree. based out of Sonora, and we should be wrapping that project up before Thanksgiving. Upcoming projects, we have Project 25, which is along Highway 4. That invitation to bid went out on Friday. We expect a bid back on the 22nd. As far as forwarding the slide.
Mr. Mason, could you hold right there for just a second?
Yes, go ahead.
On Project 25, is there any coordination effort needed with CCWD and their Reach 1 project, their water line project for that?
Possibly. Right now, we're just focused on county roads. As far as CCWD, are you concerned that there's infrastructure?
Yeah,
that is
they're replacing a water line going up
right
through.
along Moran?
No, actually from Forest Meadows up.
Okay.
They cut this for the winter around Darby Knob, but the point is that Darby Road, et cetera. I just wanted to be sure that you had to reach out to CCWD, that we made sure that we were coordinated.
Right. So I'll coordinate that with the director, and we'll make sure to reach out on Project 25. Good. So ongoing Project 26, and this is from Sky High Ranch all the way to the county line. We've completed tree marking, and that project has gone out to bid as well last Friday, and we have a bid date due of November 22nd. The way the weather's been holding, we're hopeful we can jumpstart that project and get it done. It is not a big project, a little over 100 trees. Ongoing other projects, Project 27, West Point, Wilseyville, Glencoe, and Railroad Flat. We're currently marking trees. That is starting to wrap up, and we should have an invitation to bid out late this week. Projects 9 and 22, this is our ongoing discussions with BLM. Between these two projects, looking at almost 900 trees. This agency, as I've reported in the past, has been a little challenging to work with. We're still trying to work through the cultural resources package on these projects. There's been some turnover in the El Dorado Hills office, and they have a new archaeologist who we are attempting to train up and spend some time with her to get her out to the field and looking at cultural resources. Of course, this being the mother lode, there's a fair amount of cultural resources out there, so we need to be sensitive to that. It's just that we've been working on these two projects for 18 months, and it's taken some time. The good news is, with the leadership of Director Osborne, there has been a grant issued by BLM to offset the cost of these projects, so that's a big plus.
Which we'll talk about in item number 22.
These are some examples of the mortality we're seeing in West Point and Wilseyville on BLM ground. It's a little extreme. We're trying to get out there before the winter weather really hits us. With any luck, we'll be able to do that. Also, there's been some issues with PG&E trees. We issue a press release every month, and in doing so, we offer up contact information for our project manager, Dr. Richard Harris. And Richard Harris has been receiving numerous complaints regarding PG&E trees. So much so, we decided to document them and provided a slide deck to the director, who I know you've been in correspondence with PG&E.
Yes, we have been in correspondence with PG&E. Some of these trees have been down for on the upside of 2 or 3 years, and they just dropped these trees and left them. And I've attempted to engage our representative in conversation. I have communicated with their manager as well as the removal program manager, and thus far we haven't had much response from PG&E as far as rectifying this situation.
So I've been up to Blue Lake Springs a few times over the years. So that's one of the areas where there's down trees within a community that PG&E did. I think the original intention was to export the wood, but the lengths cut on them were too short so that it couldn't be exported at that time, and then the wood turned blue, so at that they just turned their back on it and left it on the property.
No value for that roundwood. And these tree service companies, many times when they come in and take out trees, they don't have log length in mind for the end market. Supervisor, good point. But still, there is a market for this roundwood, and that is Martell. And Planet Martell is buying roundwood, but it does have to be minimum of 8-foot length. So if these are bucked up less than that, then it really makes it challenging to move those chunks.
Understood. Thank you.
I appreciate you guys doing this, especially on the PG&E. I know it's a little outside the scope, but it's a real need in the community, and PG&E is walking away from hundreds of properties like this. And it's just really frustrating. So thank you for documenting it, because otherwise there's no other way to collect or make our case.
You're welcome. We've tried to engage them in the sense that they are littering Calaveras County forest floors with fuel, which is an issue. TAD and this program are fighting very hard to remove those fuels from our forests, not only to create a reduced fire risk, but to create healthy forests. And at this point, it's difficult to say that PG&E has been a good partner in that.
If this issue does persist, Supervisor, I would recommend that the board consider correspondence with the CPUC. There is a new president there, Governor Newsom has appointed, and she appears to be a little more engaged than the previous president of the PUC. So hopefully this issue will go away, but if it doesn't, that correspondence.
You're building the data to back up the letter this board decides to send as a group.
Very good suggestion. Maybe we should consider, before it continues, contacting CPUC and engaging them on this issue and letting them know that they're aware of it. From my perception, waiting until it becomes more of a problem, it's already a problem. Let's engage them now, because a lot of the issues that we have to deal with comes through CPUC when it comes to how these are allowed to be removed and what is allowed. So that talking with them and getting them on the conversation earlier is better than waiting till later, in my opinion.
I'd like to see some board direction on this as well. I think that earlier is better than later. At least we are in front of the conversation before other counties also get involved in it, because there are other counties that are suffering the same situation. I didn't personally know about Yuba. So if it takes an agenda item just to bring forward what that language or direction needs to be, I would be in favor of doing that. I don't know if that's something we want to poll on right now or wait till the end of the meeting. But I do agree that I think we need to get something in front of the PUC as quickly as possible.
Supervisor Toughnot, do you want to add anything?
Well, I'll agree, but I think we're past the early stages. Just in my district, again, you drive down Burson Road, and they've cut a number of trees and just left them lying, and their attitude is like, it's private property, it was your tree on your property, it's your problem, it was our wires that we had to clear, so it's your tree, there it is. And they seem to just walk away, and it's had many complaints from people about PG&E and what they've done. One property owner had to clean it up himself because the tree was a problem where they felled it and cut it up and left it. So I think we need to contact.
I'm sensing a consensus here, Mr. Osborne, for you to draft up a letter and bring it back, and I think we take it on as an entire board.
And we're happy to do that for you guys.
Thank you. Sorry, Chad, we did a little side channel there. But
no, it's very relevant, very relevant. So looking at the big picture, this is a table issued by Callaway S for the entire state as far as the tree mortality program and tree mitigation efforts. You can see that the total tree count is approaching 60,000 trees removed or mitigated. Average cost per tree all in is $449. Our average tree here in this county is $450, so we're right in line with the rest of the state. As shown here, the overall cost per tree has been dropping, and that's the trend as we go forward. And I think what this reflects is the tree service companies have been getting more competitive as other work starts to curtail. They're just being able to come in with more competitive bids. Not surprising. So, summary of accomplishments since December of 2017, when this program commenced. We've completed 22 projects with over 7,100 trees. We have 6 projects in play that will generate another 2,500 trees, which will bring us a little over 9,500 trees mitigated. Just to let you know, the tree mortality issue is not over. We're seeing significant tree mortality at the upper elevations all summer long, and then in recent months, we've been seeing activity between the 3,000 and 4,000 foot level. So this is an ongoing issue, and one reason we're very aware of this is because of our outreach to the public. We're getting phone calls all the time about tree mortality along county roads. So it's ongoing. One of the principal constraints that we have is that over 1,000 right of entry forms have gone out that have not been returned, signed. So working with Director Osborne in the assessor's office, we're pouring through the assessor's rolls to make sure we have the correct addresses, and we'll have another mailing targeting those 1,000 ROEs to go out. And then lastly, the BLM challenges, that just continues. We have hopes to get those BLM projects going before the snow flies, but we shall see. So the good news is, in the course of this program since December 2017, we've had no injuries, very little property damage. We've had some fences that we've had to mend, things like that. No impact to propane tanks or significant impact to sewer systems. It's all worked out, so we've been very fortunate. And then as far as next steps that Director Osborne and TSS have underway, we're looking at the possibility of securing a CAL FIRE grant, fire prevention grant, to support tree removal along private roads, that, trees that may impact those private roads in these HOAs. Several of the HOAs in the county are not public roads. And so our thinking is we need to look at taking out the tree mortality along those roads and tie that in with current efforts by CalAm, Forestry, and the local fire districts to tie that in with fuels treatment projects that are underway. And that kind of comprehensive, synchronized approach, we think, will resonate with CAL FIRE. They currently have, what's the funding, 80 million in grants? It's pretty significant.
Yeah, there's two forms of the grant. First is the fire prevention grant, and then the second piece is the forestry health grant. Largely the difference between the two is who does the CEQA work. We lean towards the fire prevention side, where CAL FIRE does that for us, and maybe lean a little away from the forestry health side, where we would be responsible for that work. And it's our hope to partner with some of our fire districts and the CalAm team, the Office of Emergency Services, and kind of wrap up a total grant. The fire prevention grants include fuel mitigation work, fire prevention work, educational work, and partnerships. So I think that positions us well to seek that grant and try to continue some of the work that we've been doing in parallel, piecemeal at a time amongst our response partners.
Supervisor Mills? Yes. John, you probably know that I'm very involved with the Foothill Fire Safe Council. in their work. And I know that they have been struggling to get some of those grants as well that you just spoke of. I hope that there will be some good coordination between Bill and his group and what you're doing, because I know also that CAL FIRE was in here with an entire strike team of dedicated people doing forestry work this last year, and they do plan on bringing that back again next year. And we're not in control of where they go and what they're doing, but hopefully we can have some say in that conversation so that they're looking at the most critical pieces of the forest and the forest health rather than just picking a spot, and that they do coordinate well with the U.S. Forest Service, as we're doing right now with Foothill Fire Safe, to be sure that we're applying fuel breaks, which is off-road site areas around communities, and maintaining those which are critical to the overall scheme of fire prevention. So I just hope that all can be well coordinated, because there's a limited amount of funds. We're looking at $80 million, but it isn't really a lot when you talk about it on a statewide level. And if the state is going to be pulling a good majority of it, which they did last year, back into their own CAL FIRE operations and what they were doing, it's going to leave very little for us. And I know Foothill was very disappointed with the strategy and saying, look, we're going to put these projects together, we're going to have them on the shelf ready to go, but then the state pulls the money and says we're going to use it ourselves. Suddenly there's these projects, we'd love to get them going, but we have nothing to do to get them going. So that's part of the frustration. I just wanted that to be relayed, that the more we can coordinate with everybody that's in this as partners, they're not going to get on the roadways. They're going to be dealing with, Foothill deals primarily with private landowners. But they're having the same difficulty you're talking about with right of entry forms. Is there something about the way that right of entry form is drawn up or is presented to the public that just doesn't get their attention? It just doesn't get them to want to do something with it and respond. I've looked at it even from a marketing strategy of what is it that's not getting them to respond. So, this might be a little bit of a rant, but it's frustrating for the state to say they got all this money that's available, but they just will not release it in what I call the critical infrastructure areas.
Thank you.
Anything else? That's the report. Very well. We have,
That ends our report.
this is a information item, but we will have a public comment on it. Is there any public comment on this item? Mr. Moore.
I'm Will Moore from Valley Springs, and you mentioned that the mills won't take roundwood under 8 feet, but that really means 8 feet minimum, because if they're using it to make studs, those studs can't be an eighth of an inch short. They have to be the full length, because the sheetrock comes out of the factory at full 8 feet. So maybe if you're going to propagandize PG&E, you ought to tell them 9 feet. So the mills will have some cutoff.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Seeing no further public comment, this is information item. Is there any other questions from the board?
92 and a quarter inches for studs for 8 feet. So a little bit under 8 feet. Sorry, Will.
Very good. Thank you, gentlemen, very much. Thank you. John, I think you've got number 2, the next one, right? So you want to just stay put?
Absolutely, sir.
It's up to you.
Item 22 is from the Office of Emergency Services to adopt a resolution authorizing the Director of the Office of Emergency Services to accept $88,000 in BLM Forest and Woodlands Resource Management Program grant funds, to authorize the Director of the Office of Emergency Services to sign subsequent grant amendments and requests for payments, and to authorize a budget transfer increasing revenue in the amount of $352,000 to 1010100-4491 in the amount of $264,000 and 1010100-4505 in the amount of $88,000, and increasing appropriations in the amount of $352,000 to 1010100-5271. This action requires a 4/5 affirmative vote of the board.
Osborne?
Good morning, long time no see. This is a BLM, Bureau of Land Management grant that we pursued to address projects 9 and 22, which are on BLM ground. And we had the opportunity to apply for this grant. The maximum amount was $300,000, which we sought, and we were awarded $88,000. The reason for the math between the different line items is we intend to use the BLM grant funds to pay our 25% of the CDAA match that we currently have. So we currently have the CDAA project, which operates our tree mortality, and that pays for 75% of our costs. We intend to use the BLM portion, or this award, to marry the other 25% and continue it being essentially cost neutral to the county.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Mills?
There's no restrictions in the grant to do that? Some grants have restrictions, you can't do that, so.
Right, no.
I mean, we can't see the grant, so we don't know what you got.
I believe the letter was attached.
No, in the BLM agreement that you have, I didn't see it,
Yeah,
so.
so I didn't either.
And we specifically wrote it with this intention. It was clear not only did we present it here, but the grant was written in that way to use the BLM's portion to pick up the 25% that we've been getting from federal on this particular project. I assume that we were awarded pretty quickly on this because they were shovel-ready projects. This was already in the pipeline. We had it prepared. We weren't going to be able to do these two projects because of the loss of the federal funds. So we really wrote it with full intentions and specified that it was to pick up these projects.
Yeah. And to your point then is that it is very important that they knew up front that's what we were doing. If that
We
was
actually listed it in the application process.
clearly stated, then we're fine. Thank you.
Very good. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for further discussion or motion. Supervisor Stopper?
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Stopper. Second?
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Toffenelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0, 1 absent. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you.
Item 23 is from the Office of Emergency Services. To adopt a resolution authorizing the board chair to sign a letter endorsing disaster-only 211.
Mr. Osborne, you are the man of the hour.
Yes, sir. This is a resolution authorizing you, sir, to endorse the Disaster Only 211 program. It's similar to some of the other 111 programs where you can get highway information or you can call 911. This program, should you elect to support it, would be free of cost for the first 3 years. So we would have a free trial period to see how we could leverage this in times of, a power safety shutoff or another emergency, and distribute information to folks within the county on a wider scale. They could call that number and receive information. And it would serve to augment the current programs that we have, not only through our social media and our Calaveras alert. It would give them a way to call in and receive information that could be broadcast to the whole county.
Supervisor Stopper? Any questions from the board? Seeing none, I'll ask any public comment. Seeing no public comment, I'll come back to the board for motion or further discussion.
I'll move this item.
Moved by Supervisor Toffenelli, for second.
Second.
Moved by second Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes 4-0, 1 absent. Thank you, John.
Thank
I think
you.
that's your last item, right?
For this meeting.
All right.
Item 24 is from the Public Works Department to adopt a resolution forming Permanent Road Division Number 2, Murphy's Oaks, authorizing the Calaveras County Auditor Controller to place a special tax on the tax bill and the Treasurer Tax Collector to collect a special tax for PRD Number 2, Murphy's Oaks, and authorize the Auditor Controller to establish an interest-bearing account for PRD Number 2, Murphy's Oaks.
Madam Treasurer Tax Collector, do you want to?
Well, this item needs to be pulled unless they are here. I was not involved with this at all.
Okay.
But my name is all over it.
Okay.
So, and there's also a fee not in here. So it needs to be pulled.
You need to pull your request that we pull this item?
Yes.
Is there any, Supervisor Stopper?
Would you like to know more?
If she, no, I think,
That's all right.
I
Take
trust
yours.
Barbara, and I would definitely pull this item if it's incomplete.
Yes,
All right?
yeah.
Madam Clerk, do we need to post an item date
Well,
certain?
I don't know, your name's on it, so.
It's supposed to be.
Very well. Is there a, we'll need a motion to do that, correct?
So moved.
So it's move to withdraw the item. Second. Second by Supervisor, moved by Supervisor Stopper, second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Sterling. No. Usually when the tax collector comes and says, pull this something, let's,
Pay attention.
yeah, well, that's an easy one.
Mr. Chair, Public Works just arrived.
Okay, we've, for this item?
I don't know.
Mr. Packinger, are you here for item 25? 24?
24, yes, sir.
So we just withdrew that item. Board just voted. So we can reconsider that. Mrs. Vail voted on it by the end of the meeting, so you might want to talk to Treasurer Tax Collector, and we can circle back if there's such desire later on in the meeting. But until we close the meeting, we can still do that, if I understand or feels correctly.
Thank you.
A motion for reconsideration needs to be done as long as everyone that is present when the item was originally heard is still present when the motion for reconsideration is taken up.
Or for public as well.
Correct.
Okay, nobody leave till the Public Works and Treasurer work it out. Mr. Gibb, you want item 25?
Item 25 is from the Public Works Department to adopt the Calaveras County Trench Restoration Policy.
Give me a couple seconds here. Apologize. I need the HDMI converter. Perfect, thank you very much. It's just short enough. Oh, you're good, I got it. Yep. Enjoy some technology. All right. Perfect, thank you. They're not mine, so, just kidding.
About the internet?
What's that? Exactly, just to get a little bit of sympathy or something, so. All right, so let's get the slideshow started. So good morning, Chair Garamendi and members of the board. My name is Joshua Pack. I am your Director of Public Works and Transportation, and I'm here today to bring to you the trenching and pavement restoration policy, previously identified in prior meetings as the Dig Once policy. So the action item we're asking you to take today is to adopt the Calaveras County Trenching Restoration Policy. A little bit of background on this. As you're familiar with, the board's roads are our greatest single asset that taxpayers own. The board, as such, has expressed an interest on multiple occasions to develop, establish, and enforce policies and procedures that help protect this valuable asset.
Over the last 10 years, we've been, due to revenue situations, we've been unable to make a significant investment in our roads. However, that's changing. Over the next 3 to 4 years, we anticipate making an investment greater than $20 million in roads beginning next summer. We recognize that trenching and trenching activity on behalf of contractors and utility providers has a direct impact on the lifetime of our pavement. We recognize that when work's done properly and done effectively, this work can last quite a long time. It can protect the road surface, it can provide adequate performance for the lifetime of the trench. We also recognize that trenches not done successfully, done poorly, can increase damage to vehicles, it can impact public safety, and we can have significant costs and increase maintenance costs, not only on behalf of county, but also of the utility provider. So, a really quick timeline on what we've done. This current genesis of effort regarding the policy began on January 15th. In reality, the board has been discussing policies for quite some time. This current genesis began on January 15th at the study session where the board directed Public Works to bring back a policy, a Dig Once policy discussing trench restoration and protections. Over a 3 to 4 month period, Public Works worked on that policy. We brought a draft policy to our utility partners on April 30th and then scheduled a workshop with the board on May 28th. At that time, board members provided more than a dozen comments. In addition, we received comments from our utility partners. In all, we received somewhere about 80 total comments. Really good feedback. We took the next couple of months going through those line item by line item, looking to see where we could collaborate where feasible. Other locations we had disagreements. Over the next 3 months, we did establish a second revised policy. We released that to our partners on August 15th. September 10th, we held a utility coordination meeting with our partners. We received additional comments and feedback. We then revised our policy, resulting in a third revised policy. Released that again to our utility partners. We received a couple of comments. We did have a fourth revised policy. I want to highlight that between the second and fourth policy, not a ton of changes. Reality, what happened is our efforts to try and respond in full to all the comments after the first draft. The majority of the changes were done between the first and second. After November 5th, if the board does intend to improve this today, the next step is a municipal code update, because a lot of the items in the trench restoration policy are somewhat inconsistent with some of the older language in the Muni Code. So we were thinking about bringing both at the same time, but we wanted to take this first, make sure we got concurrence from the board, and if the board does concur, we would probably look sometime in early 2020 to adopt the Muni Code to reflect these changes where applicable. So the policy itself is broken down into 3 sections. The first section is introduction, talking about the overall overarching policy goals and objectives. There are 9 total chapters in the policy, ranging on a number of different topics. That provides not only the standards and the guidance for the work, but also opportunities for collaboration. We also have, which was not in the first iteration, a couple of trench restoration detail sheets. They provide additional specificity when trench work is performed. And again, the one thing I want to highlight here, and it runs as a theme throughout these updates, is a lot of the changes you see are either driven by the comments from our providers or are actually standards already adopted by some of the largest providers here in Calaveras County. When we were looking at our policy, noticing we didn't have a lot of policies in place, and so instead of adopting something that was somewhat similar and equal but not the same, if there's a successful policy that's being adopted by a current provider, it made a lot of sense for us to adopt that same policy, because then it helps improve their ability to meet or exceed our expectations. So I'm not going to go in detail and beat you down with every single chapter. We'd be here for hours. You'd be really bored. But I want to highlight some of the key elements that I think they're key to the policy, or I think there's areas where we saw some friction and feedback from our partners, and I want to highlight those and kind of explain the reasoning why. Chapter 1 is a general, it's kind of a catch-all chapter. The thing I want to highlight here, and I think this is somewhat unique, is one of the biggest feedbacks we receive from our utility partners is the concern that currently our code says that once you build a trench, you're responsible for it for life. Even if you build the best trench possible, and if it fails under circumstances that are completely unrelated to your trench. Now, some people would argue that if you put the utility in, you're responsible for the trench no matter what. The one thing this policy does try to do is to provide some common ground and some incentives to ensure that it works done right. And so this policy establishes a very strict regiment in order to get an approved trench through the county. If you do that, and the trench performs over a period of time, and then it fails at some point in the future due to reasons outside of your control, then you aren't necessarily held responsible. It provides some protection to utility providers. It certainly, if this work isn't met, they're still responsible for the lifetime of the trench. But we tried to, this was again one of the biggest pushbacks, we tried to find some common ground, and again, trying to incentivize contractors and utility partners to really incentivize them to do the work correctly the first time. Chapter 2, again, these next couple of chapters are things that are a lot in our other policies. They relate to public convenience and safety. Chapter 3 relates to the preservation of property. Chapter 4, site maintenance, things like dust control and the use of approved haul routes. Chapter 5 is materials and equipment. I want to highlight one thing here because I think Supervisor Mills had mentioned, had some questions on asphalt and the asphalt mixes that we were using. We actually reached out to our local asphalt providers. We got their approved mixes. We matched them with Caltrans specs. Where those two line up, we put those in our spec. But we also allow an or equal, realizing that sometimes different pavement techniques are a little different in different areas. And if you have a different pavement technique that's equal to or better than what we have spec, you can have permission at the direction or the approval of Public Works to use that spec. So again, trying to provide some flexibility here in this particular section. Now, chapter 6 through 8 are our key elements. Chapter 8 is really if you're paying attention to one or two slides, chapter 8 is the real, I would say, the key element. But 6 and 7 certainly are key elements as well. 6 is trenching. That's the actual, for folks unfamiliar with contractor jargon, that's the digging of the road. That's building the trench, putting the utilities in. Chapter 7 is compaction. That's rebuilding that trench to make sure it's even level with the road and doesn't settle over time. And then Chapter 8 is pavement, which is restoring the road to a reasonable condition at or better than what it was prior to the utility performing work. I've highlighted some of these sections. We have a 36-inch required depth for wet utilities. This is by ordinance. This would be one of the places I'd look to maybe provide a little flexibility. I've seen 30-inch standards work more than sufficient in rural areas. This would be something that we could theoretically go back as part of the ordinance update if the board approves it, look at a little bit of a shallower depth, and then revise the trench policy to reflect that. But currently that's adopted by ordinance. This is one area that we did get some pushback from our utility partners. We did kind of hold somewhat firm to this regarding the running of lines parallel to each other. You can imagine if you have sewer and water lines running right next to each other, if down the road you're performing work on one, the closer they are together, the higher the risk that the other one would be damaged. And last time I checked, we don't want water and sewer mixing together. That's usually not a good product. And so we do have some industry standards, 3-foot clearance for lines that run parallel, 1-foot clearance for lines that cross each other. There is flexibility here because there's some cases where you run into locations where there's so much stuff there that there isn't as much flexibility. And so there is, on a case-by-case basis, an opportunity to reduce that when there's a need. Compaction testing, I think this stuff's pretty industry standard. We have greater scrutiny and greater standards when you're doing work in the road versus work outside the road. That makes sense. We like the work done outside the road. Unfortunately, in our topography and our narrow roads, sometimes that's just not feasible. But we do have a 95% compaction in the road, a little bit less outside. The one thing I want to highlight here in these red sections is this is a policy I'm not aware of anyone ever doing before. And maybe it exists, but one of the feedback we got from our partners is the random interval of testing, how narrow it was and how close it was. And they were looking for options to widen that. And we had concerns, 200 feet is pretty wide. It's almost a football field. So, a lot of variance can happen within 250 feet. So our recommended compromise is to start at 100-foot intervals, but if they show early that they're performing superior to our specifications, over time we allow them to extend the testing requirements in 50-foot increments. So The idea behind this is if you're doing really well early and you're showing successful compaction over time, that will allow you to expand it over time. This doesn't really help for small jobs, but if you're doing a 2 or 3 mile job, 4 mile expansion project, this can result in considerable savings, at the same time giving us some assurances that the trenches are protected. One thing I struggled with personally working on my role on this is slurry backfill. And for folks unfamiliar, slurry is kind of like asphalt light, I'll call it. A lot of agencies have struggled with compaction, have struggled with failing trenches, and they just raised their hand and said, we're not allowing compaction anymore. We're requiring, when work's done in the roadway, we're requiring full slurry backfill because you don't need compaction. It settles at the elevation of roadway. I backed away from that. My feeling was that there are ways, methods, that if we hold them accountable, they can be done successfully. However, I do want to recognize that there are agencies that have just said, no, we're not even dealing with that anymore. We try to be, again, in a collaborative nature, recognizing that if the work's done right, it can be done successfully. Chapter 8 is the granddaddy. It's the one that the residents are going to see the most, the ones that affect the residents the most. It has likely the greatest impact on our utility providers, and that's pavement restoration. The one thing, there's a lot of elements in this. The one thing, this is kind of the miscellaneous elements. The one thing I want to highlight, because it was brought up by board members in our previous meeting, we require pavement replacement. It has to be at least 1 inch thicker than the existing pavement, no less than 2 inches thick. But the one thing I want to highlight is we have a couple of locations where we have very wide pavement sections. And 12 inches or more doesn't make a lot of sense to require an entire 12 inches. So in those cases, we can do an analysis to determine what the appropriate structural section of pavement is, and then use that structural section. So there's adjustment factors there for those unique situations where we have really wide pavement sections. That's more the exception rather than the rule, but that option does exist. So this table is really the granddaddy of the whole, I would say the core of what this policy is about. And the idea behind it is after a contractor or utility is complete with their work and they walk away, what condition do we expect the road to be in? And we've broken down our roads, recognizing that we don't expect if we have a road in terrible shape, we don't expect the utility provider to fix that road for us and put it in great shape. That seems to be a burden above and beyond what we consider reasonable. So what we've done is we've broken, and I won't go through each of these items, we can if you'd like, but we've broken the streets into 3 categories. Category A is roads in great shape. We don't have a lot of those. That would be newly paved roads, roads that have been done in the last 3 years, roads that we would consider fantastic. Very few failures, working really well. I would say 10% or less of our roads fall under that category. Hopefully more in the coming years. Category B is roads that we would consider fair or good shape. And that's about half of our roads in the county. Roads are, they may have localized failures, a little stressing, a little fatigue here and there, but in reality are pretty decent roads. We then have category C, that's roads in poor category. And we have probably 40%, 45% of our roads fall under what we call poor. That's significant failures, pavements kind of unraveling, in pretty rough shape. And so the core of this policy is if the road's in great shape, we expect the utility provider or contractor, when they're done, to return it to a great shape. When the road's in fair or good shape, we expect the utility provider to return it to a good or fair shape. If the road's in poor shape, we expect the trench, where the trench is probably going to perform at or better than the road, the expectations of returning the road to a good or great shape are not there. They're expected to repair the trench, put the trench itself in great shape, but their requirements are end at that point. So why do we do this? And why this approach? Well, first of all, it applies only to paved surfaces. It does not apply to unpaved shoulders. We believe that when we're looking at a road, structure and safety are not the only issues and concerns. Aesthetics are a key concern. If you see a unsightly trench kind of meandering its way down the road, that doesn't reflect well necessarily on our roads, especially when the road was in great shape beforehand. Rideability. If an uneven trench is done, it can impact wear and tear on vehicles. It can impact bicyclists, other modes of travel. And then one thing I want to highlight is uniformity. It's tough for us to maintain our roads when we have half of a road acting in a far different shape than the other half of the road, we either have to invest money ahead of time than we'd like to bring that back to a uniform case, or let it fall, half that road fall into a much greater state of disrepair. Otherwise, we're paying a significant premium to basically have the same equipment go out the same time to do only half the road. One thing I didn't talk about in the last slide, we do have an opportunity for cash in lieu. What this is if we're scheduled to pave that road within the next year or within a reasonable time frame, and the contractor wants to come in or utility provider wants to come in and do repairs, instead of requiring them to repave the road, if it falls under those conditions of good or great road, they can pay us an in lieu fee, and then we will pave the road with our program. Utility providers can save considerable money because they're not paying. We get much better pricing for our projects because we're doing them on a much greater scale. They're also saving the soft costs, the things like the staff time, the inspection time that the county will do because we're already providing that service. So again, trying to motivate and incentivize utility providers to do work ahead of time before our work comes in, and then they can save money by, instead of repaving it on their own, paying us an in lieu fee. And this only applies for roads in good or great shape. For roads in poor shape, they wouldn't be required to do that. We talked about flexibility. We have a lot of flexibility, especially in a lot of these key items on a case-by-case basis, realizing that it's not a one-size-fits-all approach. Two things this policy doesn't do. I already talked about we're not requiring utility providers to improve things above and beyond, significantly above and beyond where they already are. And one thing I want to highlight is this does not restrict utility partners to make repairs on an emergency basis. If 6 months after we pave, there's a water leak and it's affecting service to homes, that's an emergency service. That's a key essential service to the community. This does not prohibit them from doing that work. It does require them to restore the road to a good shape, but it doesn't stop them or restrict them from performing that work. Other key elements, Chapter 9, it's probably the least interesting. When you looked at the most interesting, we have some insurance requirements. I want to say the one thing that's in here that I want to highlight, the applicability in CSAs and PRDs. We have a lot of roads in county service area. We have a few roads in permanent road division. Hopefully later we'll adopt some more roads in permanent road division. We are responsible for maintaining those roads. We use county forces. We're using public assets to do that. As a result, we need to hold these standards applicable to our CSAs and our PRDs. We do have some new detail sheets, especially the sheet on the left. That's for our wet utilities. If you look at some of our utility providers here in Calaveras County, it will be similar to exactly the same. Again, we didn't have, our standard was pretty old, 20 to 25 years old. This is a much newer standard. It really meets our needs. And so we said, don't beat them, or, if you can't beat them, join them sort of philosophy. So we adopted their standards in this particular case. Detail on the right, again, is another example of collaboration. Our dry utilities, telecommunications, fiber, had concerns of having these much more onerous standards on them when their pipes and conduit are much narrower. A lot of times, fiber optic conduit will be 2 to 3 inches, and you don't need a 3-foot wide trench to put in a 2-inch conduit. And so this recognizes that we can have different standards to still get a great product, save that utility provider a lot of money and effort, and still get a superior product out of it. And you won't see a lot of rural agencies have this sort of policy. As a matter of fact, I went through a number of agencies. I didn't see any rural agencies had this. I had to go to urban. I actually had to go to a spec that I had about 15 years ago and use it here in this case, because rural agencies don't have stuff like this. So I'm a little proud of this particular nugget in our policy. So a few more minutes here and we'll wrap it up. I think in the end we want to recognize that this is a higher expectation than we've had in the past. And as a result, we do recognize that our utility partners and contractors may have a higher cost at the beginning to conform with this policy. At the same time, we think that if the work's done correctly the first time, it helps reduce costs not only on our behalf, but also on behalf of the utility provider, resulting in cost savings for both taxpayers and ratepayers. And if you're both in the same area, you get a double savings. I do want to highlight and stress the continuing need for partnerships. We could certainly, as the county, come in as the bully. We have tried not to take that approach. We've tried to be as collaborative as possible, but recognizing we have fundamental differences. Recognizing that we are adopting some standards that are pretty consistent with other rural agencies, but we have made considerable efforts to accommodate concerns, whether it's flexibility on a case-by-case basis, whether it's incorporating existing standards into our own policies. And we do have an ongoing responsibility to maintain good relationships and at least extend the handout in partnership, whether it's through ongoing utility coordination meetings, whether it's doing advanced notifications, whether it's through our capital improvement program or through these coordination meetings of our paving and construction schedules, so our partners can make educated decisions on their maintenance needs and improvement needs. And then when we do have opportunities with overlap, we want to try to work together to schedule that for the best benefit for the public. Whether it's a utility provider or the county doing work of a county road, the public doesn't know the difference. The public sees that they're impacted by that work. So what we like to do is release our schedules well ahead of time, coordinate with utilities where possible without impacting our schedule significantly. But if we can shift our schedule a month or two here or there in order to accommodate utility and have a better product at the end, that makes a ton of sense. So we recognize that our ongoing need to continue to do that. So a couple of things that aren't included. We talked about the Muni Code changes. Again, that was a little chicken and the egg, whether you do one or the other. I felt that this was trying to change a Muni Code is a lot more convoluted. It takes a lot more time. I wanted to get your buy-off before we move forward with the Muni Code changes. We've talked a little bit about fines and enforcement tools. The Muni Code doesn't have a ton of opportunities to enforce this. It has some, and we've talked about this before, but we either have kind of what I call the slap on the wrist of the nuclear option. And neither of those options are really good, and so they're very extreme. And so one of the things we'd like to do as part of the Muni Code is maybe explore some other agencies, maybe have some interim measures to try and get compliance without having to go down the path of what I call the nuclear option. The other thing I recognize is this policy is not meant to fix roads from 40 and 50 years ago. It's really meant to basically start at this point in time and go, moving forward, we're going to do what we can to improve roads so that 40 and 50 years ago, my grandkids aren't coming here to your grandkids having the same conversation. We do have a lot of existing roads that have issues. We're still going to have those issues. This isn't going to resolve that. But hopefully over time, as those issues start to get fixed, these issues become less and less, that over the next 30 to 40 years, again, really being proactive to solve this in the long term. So the last couple of steps here, if you do adopt the policy today, we'll be looking to update our Muni Code early in 2020. We talked about our ongoing coordination needs. And then, as necessary, this is expected to be a living, breathing document. So if a utility provider has a new standard that works better than ours, we would bring this back to you for a revised policy. If we see something that's not working here, or maybe we adopt something that we thought would work that we wouldn't, the idea is for this to live and breathe as things change, for it to continue to progress and mature over time. So in the end, in summary, I appreciate your patience on this. We recognize that roads are a unique asset, our greatest asset. We recognize that this policy is an attempt on behalf of the county to better protect our roads and our infrastructure. We think it holds contractors and utilities accountable. We think it's a firm and yet a reasonable standards. We think, though, at the time, what we've tried to do is implement flexibility wherever possible, realizing that it's not a one-case-fits-all or one solution-fits-all approach. We need to consider alternate methods where feasible or reasonable. We think over time this could result in a new era of collaboration with our contractors and utilities. And with that said, that ends my presentation. And so I appreciate your time and your patience, and I am available to answer any questions you may have. Thanks.
Who would like to begin?
I can appreciate the living document and with the fluidity and everything as we learn moving forward in future years. I think one of the things here that really grabbed me as I was reading through it was 1.5 standards and 1.5 standards and specifications. So that one right there basically gives the flexibility to you to be able to sit down with either a contractor or a utility, and if they come up with a design practice that would meet the criteria, you could approve that specifically, correct?
That's correct. And again, that's part of that flexibility, realizing that things change, right? there may be a new method or practice that we're not familiar with. There may be a unique situation. It might be soil condition. It might be existing topography that we need to be able to look outside the box. And we don't want to have a policy that really kind of shoehorns us into only one or two solutions. So, and it's tough. It's balanced, and you want to have that flexibility without at the same time having the opportunity for abuse and misuse. And so the attempt was try to provide that flexibility without being so open that there's an opportunity to be taken advantage of.
Reading on, I mean, I'll bring it up some more later, but from 1.10 to 1.14 and further on, the warranty time, I think we need to discuss this. There's certain issues with certain contractors. Sir, a few months ago, I do recall that we didn't get a proper bid out, I believe, on Harvard Road. And we had to send that back. And it's a lot of times, especially when the pavement season's ongoing, it's hard to get a contractor to come up here when they've got so many jobs closer down, let's say in the Valley or the Bay Area. So we don't necessarily get the bids needed to finish all the jobs that we would like to get done. I think we should think about what you're doing here with the permitting time. And think about the possibility that, we do need to hold contractors accountable, but sometimes we can overstep our bounds and actually lose more work with these type of things where contractors may not want to bid on the jobs just because they don't want to be held accountable for past 2 years on certain issues that are out of their control. Going on to 6, chapter 6. Multiple lines in the ground in certain issues. You had a very good point. We don't want water and sewer next to each other, but we do want reclaimed water and sewer next to each other. There's certain instances in certain areas where it's just impossible to engineer around having anything close to each other. I didn't delve too far into that, but that's something that should be part of your flexibility.
And it is. I have section 6.3 up right now, and it does talk about unless specifically authorized by the Director of Public Works. So Public Works Officer, Director and Public Works as a whole does have the ability to amend those as necessary. There's also a requirement that says county requirements do not supersede state requirements. And that was a concern we'd heard from our providers as well. And I think the reason we want this in here is, we don't know every condition that's going to come up. We don't know every situation that's going to come up. We're not the self-proclaimed best experts in the state of California. There may be policies and procedures elsewhere in the state or country or world that is a better approach than something we've applied here. And so that's the goal behind this, is to provide that flexibility, under standard conditions, yeah. But you're right, if you have those two compatible items, they're being installed at the same time, that might be one of the opportunities where the Public Works the Director of Public Works or his officer has the right to amend or modify those conditions as necessary.
I do appreciate the work you did with on practices in 7 for slurry backfill and the options on that. I mean, there's been a lot of work done that I noticed, and biggest thing, and you brought up the point in closing, is when you're doing something and cash in lieu, for instance. Communication on what our future projects are going forward and how we, vocalize or disseminate that to the different utilities throughout the county is pertinent, because how can they know that they need to drop that line in if they don't get the message? And, that's to your discretion, sir. But, I think ultimately good communication on how we're progressing with all our future projects and everything is crucial in getting all those utilities to come on board and start working together.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. The one thing for the board, we're about 98% complete with the capital improvement program for the upcoming next 5 years. My hope is to bring that to you in December. We're literally, the last thing I'm waiting on is the paving program. So we've been working with our consultants on that. I believe Supervisors Sophie and Ellie and Mills are familiar with that through the COG work. And so the draft list should be coming to me next week, and we'll be incorporating that into the plan. The plan is actually to release that a little bit ahead of time to our utility partners so they can see it. They can provide comments and feedback before coming to you. We realize that especially in the first year, we do have probably somewhere in the $2 to $3 million roughly range to do resurfacing projects and paving projects. We do realize that in the first year, if we pick roads that could impact, we need to work with them and be collaborative. And realizing also that if we have roads in 2023 and 2024, they have time to adjust their schedule potentially to reflect that. So, but the goal is in the short term, especially realizing this is the first year we've really ever done this sort of 5-year actually really it's a 20-year paving program, that we need to be, especially receptive to their concerns and comments and try to do what we can, at least in the first couple of years, to minimize those impacts. And then realizing now that they have this information over time, over a long period of time, there's an expectation that they're going to be adjusting their schedule accordingly. But I couldn't agree more with you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes, I can recall back, because I'm going back 4 years or better now with this, but the Highway 4 Working Group was put together in 2015 for the purpose of bringing the utilities together and the county to say, where do we coordinate, where do we collaborate, and where do we work together? The issue of a dig once policy or a trenching policy is something that was, I believe Mr. Packinger was even involved in making a presentation to the Highway 4 Working Group regarding this 3 years ago. So to see it finally coming to the point where it's on a screen, it's getting to a final document and statements is a very key component that's been years and years of struggle of getting here. And I appreciate the effort that you and your staff has put together in reaching out to the utilities and everybody involved to be sure that we're all on the same page. I know that we had struggles, for instance, in District 2 with the fiber optics. So again, putting that little piece to the puzzle in your document is a key component as we move forward towards providing safe and secure undergrounding of those key services. So all of this just says it's a lot of work to get to this point, and to say that it started in 2018, I know it started a long time before you even arrived, and this conversation has been going on for a long time. So to actually see it come to a fruition, to me, is a huge step, and we're not all going to be 100% happy with every piece of it, but that's where we have to work out those details and try to figure out what is the best solution. So thank you to your staff and for everybody who's been involved in this.
Dennis, I think you and I met on this in the first week that we assumed these offices. Talked about this.
You are correct. You're correct.
Yeah, and
Been a long
actually,
time.
to highlight on that, I found some legwork back even before that.
Oh, I'm sure.
And highlighting that to Supervisor Mills is, and I don't want to, this is hard. I mean, there was, my first iteration that I came to the board with was probably my approach on how I would do it to protect the county. And one of the things I appreciated through this and the feedback getting back from you is the engagement with the partners. We've done a little bit, but getting the feedback, and yeah, there's things in here that they're not going to agree with, and we agree to disagree. Beyond that, though, there were a lot of things that I changed, and I having that discussion really pressed me to critically think about their needs. And seeing what we could do to be a partner while still holding them accountable and still keeping reasonable standards to protect our roads. And I think this is that compromise. It's that document that does that. The one thing I do highlight, though, is this was not easy. There was a lot of comments. Like I said, we received over 80. Some were pretty terse. And that's a difficult conversation to have. But in the end, I think this policy can provide a great benefit if it's adopted.
Supervisor Toffenelli.
Yes, thank you, Josh, for all the hard work you put into this. I'm sure it's consumed a lot of your time. I just have a couple questions. In the part about for roads in poor condition, less than 45 PCI, no additional pavement restoration efforts or cash in lieu will be required. It kind of sounds like it's opening the door up, though. if the road is not in great condition, and you're going to trench down it for gas lines or water lines or whatever, it makes it sound like you're not obligated to restore the trench or the pavement or anything that you're digging up to at least the previous condition that it was previously before you did the dig. And it would be nice to have some verbiage in there that says at least bring it restored to previous conditions. Because it just kind of sounds to me like it's opening the door. You don't need to do anything, just do it and walk away from it. So I just question that. The other questions I have to do with, there's many utilities here in Calaveras County that have outstanding permits. Adopting this, does that rescind those permits and have to reissue new permits based on all of this in order for them to be current with what we're adopting here?
No, I don't think so, Supervisor Tofinelli. My impression was if the board adopts this today, you could set a date in which this is applicable. It could be today, it could be January 1st, it could be another date. My thought would be that we would look at our existing permits, and we have a lot of permits that are what we call blanket permits. So basically they're permits that allow utility companies, if they have little repairs here or there, instead of getting an individual permit for every time they want to do a repair, they have a general permit that covers them for all of those conditions. And so the recommendation is for those sort of permits, and there's a lot of our providers, I would say a lion's share of the work that's done is under those blanket permits. So these standards would apply for those, but these standards are not necessarily applicable to the little small stuff. A lot of what the little small stuff does, they can still continue to do. There's a little bit with compaction testing, there's a few minor changes, but this really is aimed at the big projects. It's the big individual projects. So that's a good question. The thought process off the, without going into any great detail, is if they're already having a permit, if they're already having an approved permit, that a permit would still stand. So that would be a vested right for them. Any permits currently under review or haven't been processed yet for the individual permits, we would look to apply these standards to those. But we could certainly look at different direction from the board.
So once adopted, though, and enacted, it seems to me then, if that's the case, we would have to send out notification to all of them with what the new expectations are. And not only in regard to larger projects, which you mentioned here, but even the smaller projects. And then my concern is, in these permits, is there any of our inspection going on? Do we actually go out and inspect, or we just take their paperwork and say, yes, this lab tested for compaction, and this is the slurry that we used, and going forward? I'm not sure how that works or correlates with this.
Yeah, and so the devil's in the details on a case-by-case basis. My thought would be, and most all the utilities are familiar that we're doing this. We've been meeting with them through utility coordination meetings. I think there's a few here today that are going to speak on that. The idea would be we would reach out to them with these new standards, and then if they push back on a case-by-case basis, we look at what, and we do have some discretion here. So if there's individual circumstances where there's something that's infeasible with where they're at, we would certainly look at that on a case-by-case basis. I don't think that this is the level of significance to the point where it's going to have significant impacts on small day-to-day routine work. I think it's going to have the impact on the larger projects, which we don't have a lot of. So my recommendation would be reach out to them with the new standards and new policies. If there's situations where there's a struggle, at least with what they're currently doing, work with the individual providers on a case-by-case basis to find an amenable solution to implement them, whether it's after such a date or after an individual project is complete or this certain work. But at the same time, when you do need to provide a line that says, okay, this has to be enacted at some point, because blanket permits can go years or decades. I don't want to say,
correct.
But at the same time, I don't think having to pull a blanket permit and have everything all redone. That seems to be an exercise in permitting and filling out paperwork that may not be necessary.
Well, there's some significant changes here, and my concerns are that if we're not going to reissue new permits with these conditions, that we at least reach out so you don't hear, well, I didn't know about it, you never told me, I wasn't, and get into that scenario.
Yeah, we'll be reaching out to the providers. Anyone who has a permit, a blanket permit through us, will be reaching out shortly after this, if the board approves it, and to reflect, let them know that this is going on, and then we can engage in that. One thing the board could adopt is we could adopt a January 1st adoption date. That way we send out the notice and say, we're planning to adopt that January 1st. Please coordinate with us. And it gives them a couple of months to kind of ask those questions, especially because usually around the start of the year, not a lot of work, barring the emergency stuff, is getting done. We're not putting people aren't putting 3-mile trench lines or doing a whole bunch of work in the holidays unless it's an emergency.
Well, and the key, I think, also is with the notifications that you do send out, that we make it upon them to notify their contractors of the conditions that have changed.
Absolutely. So, and we do have inspectors, by the way. On the blanket stuff, it's not all the time, especially, sometimes on blankets, on emergencies, stuff gets, the way it's at is it needs to be responded to now. And so sometimes they perform the work and then tell us after the fact, which if in a good working relationship with the proper testing and procedures, that's okay. They can do the testing, the compassion testing, test that, send that to us after the fact. The problem we have is where, and this happens, is where compaction gets done, work gets done, we don't know it's done. We find out after the fact, and then it's not performing the way we expect. We have no records on when it was done, why it was done, how it was done. That's where we run into problems. And so there is kind of an expectation that if we have good performing providers, they can meet those expectations. We allow that, but when they don't, we do kind of ramp up the efforts on the inspection side.
Yeah, and that was one of my next comments, is if they don't notify us.
Yeah. And I don't know if this is going to, solve that. It does have some procedures. Again, we talked about a little bit kind of the enforcement measures where I'd like to pursue maybe some different options. We talked about, there is a fining structure. It's the original fines from 1963. It's useless because it costs more to actually enact the fine than it would to actually the fine. That's not really useful. There's jail time. I don't recommend jail time. I don't think that's a good option. We could revoke the permit. I don't think that's a good option either, unless under the most extreme of circumstances. And so I'd love to find some middle ground. I think this has some middle ground in here. The blanket permit, the blanket permit could be modified. So we'll explore some of those. I agree with you, though. Those are issues that we continue to struggle with.
You can always say they have to redo the work under our guidance.
Yeah, and this actually, the policy reflects that if the work's done without ours, it says it has to do that. And again, really quick on the trench restoration for poor pavement conditions, I do want to highlight that the pavement restoration, when the road's in bad shape, it doesn't exonerate them from all the other work necessary. So the trench restoration, the crack sealing, all of that work still has to be done. What it recognizes is that the surrounding road on both sides, though, that trench may actually perform better than the rest of the road. So it's a tough, you're kind of seeing the nuances of what we struggle with. There's a line between what's equal, and sometimes you can't do what's equal without actually making it better. If you put a trench right down the middle of the road's in great shape, what you're going to do is probably more expensive than what you expect.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Supervisor Stopper?
One thing on the permits, and I'm not talking about the blanket permits, and this is probably as much of a question for council as it is for you, sir, is as we move forward to the new year right now, people are putting in their building permits through the building department to get them in before the new laws are instated, so they aren't held to that standard with that building of that structure. So when you start saying that, we could approve this for January 1st of 2020 and start moving forward there, would prior permits be held to this standard? I mean, I trust that you're already, I've talked to multiple utilities and they're already stepping up quite a bit when it comes to the inspections and the compaction tests. Mm-hmm. So I think you've worked forward on a lot of the issues already. And, I'm sure any permit that, has gone before you, you've done your due diligence, but is there anything remaining out there that may get by?
I'm not aware of anything. We could certainly, I'm just not familiar with much out there that's that big that could slip in. I think our old standards, if we hold them to our old standards, it's still a pretty reasonable standard. I think one of the issues we had with the old standard, there wasn't a lot of language and text and context to actually move forward with the inspections. And I think that's one of the things you've seen over the last year on our behalf, is we've hired an extra inspector. We're spending more time and resources in going out and doing these inspections and holding accountable, seeing things that aren't appropriate, holding them accountable. So the one thing I want to highlight is I don't think our old standards were necessarily inappropriate or insufficient. I think there were some areas where there was some sufficiency. We've seen some areas where we've cleaned it up. We've actually seen some areas where we've been more lenient than maybe our old policy was. So I think even if something comes in, if we decide, if the board directs to do January 1st, and a project comes in December that affects in the public right-of-way, again, this is only in public right-of-way, it doesn't reflect in buildings or structures, I think the policies in place are still plenty as long as we're enforcing those policies based on our current rules. I don't think there's any problems. I'm not concerned.
Very good. No further questions. I will open it up to public comment. This is about this policy, and everybody has 3 minutes. So, just real quick, Josh, when we talk about jail time, is it the board members or the staff that would go to jail?
Well, hopefully it's not the director. So, yeah, I think that's more, and I didn't mean to be glib
Josh,
with that.
I'm being glib.
Fair enough.
You can let that go.
No, I want some more clarity on that too, actually. That's
Mr. Winkler?
my biggest concern. Michael Minkler, General Manager at Calaveras County Water District. Good morning. Chair Garamendi, members of the board, it's good to see you again. And I want to start by thanking Public Works Department and the county staff for what has obviously been a significant amount of thought and work that has gone into revisions, and after revisions, comments were taken seriously. That means a lot, and we really appreciate the effort that's gone into it. And in some ways, the policy, there's some significant improvements. Not getting jail time for missing a compaction test is one of them, I would say. The biggest concern that we have, we sent out our last comment letter, I think it was October 15th. We raised multiple concerns that we still had after the first revision. And I'm not going to go through all of those. For the most part, I guess to be clear, most of those comments were not addressed in the latest version. As Mr. Pack said, the majority of the revisions took place between the first and second draft. So our second comment letter, those comments I think are still, those are concerns that we still have. But for the most part, there's a lot of discretion in the policy. There's a lot of case-by-case discretion, and and that's true of the existing conditions also. So I think it kind of remains to be seen. I think we can live with it, we can work with it, depending on how it's implemented, and we'll have to see how that plays out. The biggest concern that we have is Section 1.15, and that essentially, it kind of, in my opinion, it sort of renders the 2-year warranty period moot, because it's essentially a lifetime warranty, subject to a process that I think would become contentious and potentially administratively unworkable. I think that provision, when contractors see that provision, when other utilities see that provision, the cost of projects is going to go up. Projects may be potentially no longer viable. I think the policy as it is, like I said, we still have some other concerns. Without Section 1.15, I think we'll work with it. With that provision in there, well, I just really would encourage the board to either continue this item to give us more time to work on that, or adopt the policy without 1.15 in it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Winkler.
Good morning, Supervisor staff. I'm Damon Wyckoff, Calaveras County Water District. I just want to follow Michael up a little bit on regards to the Section 1.15. But first, I would like to thank Mr. Pack for not including any additional pictures of CCWD work in your presentation. So that was really nice. Thank you. Appreciate that. And I would also like to point out that over these past, I would say, 6 to 8 months, there's been a lot of collaboration and conversation in regards to not only the policy, but out in the field, work efforts that have gone on out in the field. And district staff have taken They requested the county seriously. We conduct compaction tests on all of our patch paves, and we provide notice of final patch pave to the county routinely now, and I think that has dramatically helped to improve the relationship and the overall effort and the concern that the county may have on the work that CCWD does. Just to kind of follow what Michael said about Section 1.15, to Mr. Pack's point, this trench restoration policy is really designed to address large projects. So from my perspective, if CCWD were to put a project out for bid, bring a contractor in to conduct a pipeline installation, the county would have inspectors involved deeply into that project, working with our inspectors to ensure the work was constructed as specified in both our specifications and the county specifications. So the concern I have with this portion of the policy is that it really kind of creates an open door for the county to come back at a later point in time and analyze, with the benefit of 3, 5, 6, bless you, 7, 8 years of hindsight, whether or not the installation was applicable relative to a whole number of items that could have happened in between. So there could have been, heavy equipment traveling down that roadway for years. There could have been rainwater runoff, inundation due to a cut bank. I mean, a multitude of things could have occurred, and especially in light of the fact that both the county and the utility have inspected the completion of the project and signed off on it, and it went through the warranty period, it just seems to create a lot of uncertainty that I feel contractors working on behalf of CCWD and the county might find onerous. And so that's, I think, to follow Michael up again, I think overall the policy is something that the district's prepared to live with. However, that portion just seems a little bit too, I wouldn't say vague, just too overbearing in terms of the lifetime of pipeline installations and roadways. So thank you.
Thank you. Next public speaker. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. If I might make a comment to the audience, if you could all stick around after we finish this item, we're going to discuss reconsidering an item that came before, and it's important that you are all here. So take 1 extra minute. Thank you. Very well. Bringing it back to the board, is there further discussion or a motion?
So there comes a question then on this warranty period. Josh, you have checked the rest of the municipal codes to see that that is fairly uniform standard?
Yeah, this is not standard, and let me explain why. Because when you look at a lot of other agencies, agencies don't provide warranties, especially in California. I found a few on the East Coast that do, but a lot of agencies, and including every agency, I went through my old specs dating back to 1998, and none of my locations had basically once you did a trench, you were required to maintain it, no exceptions. And that's what our current policy is right now. What I try to do in this, whether successfully or not, is establish if you do it right, everyone agrees you do it right. After a period of time, in this case we put 2 years, you're no longer required for that under certain conditions. Now, trenches fail even after they're done perfectly. Some of the reasons could be because of failures on behalf of the utility provider, and some could be for reasons completely outside of control. For example, if a water line fails, 11 years from now, and it washes out all of the rock and base that was properly compacted, that trench is going to fail. That should be the responsibility of the utility provider. If an act of God happens, like let's say there's a huge, massive earthquake or something happens and everything moves around. But at the same time, I think representatives from CCW did kind of highlight what I was trying to represent in here is sometimes, for example, if drainage, if the county road is in such a state of disrepair that water infiltrates into the trench and causes issues, should CCWD or another utility be held responsible for that? And so that's what the attempt was to try and do that. And the idea behind it was if the trench fails and it's been warrantied after the 2-year period, the county can initiate a process to determine if the trench failed for reasons outside of its control. It puts the onus on the county. So it doesn't say prove that your trench didn't, it doesn't say prove to us that your trench was right. It's up to us to prove that the trench failed and the reason was because of the utility operation. So it gives us a little bit of pause from being the overbearing, county and just saying fix it. It goes, here's a process to identify the fault at why it failed and who's responsible. So it actually talks about having a third-party tester come in, test it, give a determination on who's at fault, and sometimes it's our fault and then we're held responsible. Sometimes it's the utility provider. Maybe there's a failed water line or like a connector that's failed, valve box. A lot of these things happen especially over a period of 10, 20, 30, 40 years. And sometimes it's a mix. Maybe there's a couple of different things. And so that was the goal of it, is to recognize the county has to initiate it, the county has to determine who's at fault, and then who's at fault basically relies on a pro rata share of responsibility. So that was the goal behind it. It wasn't meant to the county to come in every time and it was meant as actually the exact opposite. It was meant to protect the utilities from my predecessor 10 years from now saying, go fix it, even if it's really not their fault. So that was the idea behind it. And I'd be willing, no, never mind, that's good.
Supervisor Stopper?
I did read all that. At the same time, if something bursts, a pipe breaks, it's their responsibility regardless. The trenching policy starts over with that instance. So it's not so much that is what I understand is everywhere is a 2-year warranty. For the most part, when they put this to in other areas. I mean, I don't know every area, but for the most part, it's a 2-year warranty when a contractor comes in. At the same time, the engineer needs to be held to the same level as, if the engineer signs off or stamps off on something, they're as much responsible for the failure as the utility or the contractor or the county itself. I do get where you do have a couple points of mitigation there for doing it, but there's no end to this warranty that I'm seeing here with 1.15. What you're doing is Josh, is the average lifespan of one of our roads like 30 years and in the best of conditions?
It depends. It ranges from how busy the road is.
Right.
West Ferry is going to have a little different than French Gulch, for example. And so, on a newly paved road for an overlay, typical performance could be 15 to 25 years or more, depending on the loads. And then over time, you seal it with, the slurry seal, chip seals, microsurface, et cetera. And then, but in reality, probably in rural areas, probably a little more. We have to extend that out. But yeah, I think the service life before you restart that recycle again is like 30 years. But,
right. And what I'm saying is a lot of these roads, especially in high usage areas with high loads, could see significant impact from something else in other areas that puts the county in a position to try to research whose fault it is. You go through all this and it comes out that logging trucks are driving down Winton Road all day every day, and we're out the money that goes into the investigation, hiring a third party. I think the third party is a good idea. I just think there's 1.15 can get a little more thought into it. I don't really have a problem with this document for the most part. As all you've done a lot of good work on this, sir. I think there just could be a little bit more work on 1.15 to make it something that I can 100% support.
yeah, and again, to highlight, I think the one thing that I'm concerned with is if we have a 2-year warranty and that warranty's up, we need some assurances that are going to continue to maintain the road, to maintain the utility to its effect. Right now, if you took this away the way it is right now, if we warrantied after 2 years and in year 25 they haven't been maintaining it, or any utility hasn't been maintaining it, and it fails for the lack of neglect of maintenance, under that policy, then the county would still be responsible just because it worked the first 2 years. And so that's what I'm concerned with, is having some assurances that, is it, and is it the utility that's causing the failure, or is it the county, or some other reason outside of the utility's control? That's the attempt on this. And so, we can certainly look at, revisions to this. I don't know, but I'd be concerned about making changes that would take away that protection.
Well, further questions, discussions, or a motion on this item?
I will move this item as is, Mr. Chair.
A motion to move as is from Supervisor Toffenelli.
I will second it.
Second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Passes 3 ayes, 1 no, 1 absent. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to, before everybody leaves, we have a request, we have a change, Treasurer, Tax Collector, and the Controller and Public Works for us to reconsider the withdrawn motion for item 25. So we could all vote on that. Is there a motion to hear that?
Who made the motion, the original motion to table this?
Supervisor Stott.
And who made the second?
I did.
Okay, so if they want to rescind their motion, and
Which I think the correct term is motion to reconsider.
Correct.
So if somebody wants to make a motion to reconsider,
I'll make a motion to reconsider, sir.
And I will second.
we have a motion to reconsider the item, then we will vote again on that item and decide on number 24. Did I get 24? Okay, so we have a motion to reconsider. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, passes 4-0, 1 absent. I know, so I'm trying to make sure we get all the parliamentary procedure right here. So we have a motion to reconsider that. Do we need to revote on that motion?
No.
Yeah, we just
Okay.
reintroduced
Okay.
it, so I think,
There's been a motion for reconsideration that was approved to essentially add item 24 back to the agenda. So at this point, we can open item number 24, and the clerk can read it, and we can then hold the hearing.
Right.
Yep.
Sorry, Paige. Supervisor Stopper.
everyone was here for the motion to reconsider. They can leave if they want.
Yes, thank you all for waiting an extra couple seconds. If your item is done and you'd like to leave, we appreciate you guys waiting an extra minute. Item 24.
So item 24 is from the Public Works Department to adopt a resolution forming Permanent Road Division, PRD, number 2, Murphy's Oaks, authorizing the Calaveras County Auditor Controller to place a special tax on the tax bill and the Treasurer Tax Collector to collect a special tax for PRD number 2, Murphy's Oaks, and authorize the Auditor Controller to establish an interest-bearing account for PRD number 2, Murphy's Oaks.
So I'll introduce Robert Pattinger. First of all, I do want to highlight Joshua Pack, your Director of Public Works. I do very greatly appreciate your flexibility on this. For someone who's done probably about a dozen permanent road divisions in county service areas, the time frame for adopting those, based on both the Streets and Highways Code and the Government Code, is really hard. And so you have a very short window in order to get all this done. And part of it has to do with Prop 218, part of it has to do with some other items, but there's a short window here that would cause months of, it would probably push us back about 3 to 4 months. So I really appreciate that. So with that said, I'm going to open this up to Robert Pattinger, our Deputy Director of Public Works and County Surveyor, to present this item.
Okay. Good morning. Before I get deep into this, I'd like to make mention that there is an update to the resolution. It's something that we needed to work out with the Auditor Controller and the Tax Collector, and that's the addition of one clause to the resolution, and it has to do with retaining 1% of the funds from the PRD to fund the administrative work for the Tax Collector and the Auditor Controller. So here's the updated. I have additional resolutions, updated resolutions.
Is your shoulder okay, Robert? She didn't twist it out.
Oh,
Put that behind you,
no,
right?
not at all, no. Okay. This PRD is Murphy's Oaks PRD number 2. The Murphy's Oaks subdivision is off of Bret Hart Drive in Murphy's, and it consists of 45 lots. Currently, the streets are being completed, and they're being completed in accordance to our standards. The map recorded on October 8th of this year, we had executed before that a subdivision improvement agreement where the owners of Murphy's Oaks guaranteed completion of the work, and they were allowed to record the map. As part of the conditions of approval for the project, they had to come up with a maintenance mechanism and an entity to maintain the internal road system. So that is the purpose of this PRD right now. It's the entity for the maintenance of the subdivision roads. PRD is Permanent Road Division, and the ability for us to do these kinds of things comes from the Streets and Highways Code, section 1160 and forward. So the beginning of the process was a petition that came to the Board of Supervisors for the formation of the PRD. That intent to form the Permanent Road Division was approved in September of 2019. And at that time, a public hearing was set. It was set for November 5th. Now, depending on the outcome of the public hearing and the decision to form the PRD, step 2 of that is the ballots that you'll consider the vote, the ballots that were sent for the establishment of the special tax for that Permanent Road Division. Those steps have all been done. We've gone through the advertising process in accordance with the code sections. And so the first part we do is this testimony for or against the Permanent Road Division. Anticipating a favorable outcome of that public hearing, we'll then entertain the vote for the taxes. There were 8 property owners, and all 8 submitted their ballots. So then at this point, we do that public hearing for deciding or hearing the public whether the formation of the public hearing should go forward or not. And unless we receive a protest to it, then that's considered to be a favorable outcome. So I will leave that to you for the opening of the public hearing.
I'll add a couple of things to that as well. Thank you, Robert. First of all, as far as the vote goes, it's a simple majority. It's not 2/3 because there's discrepancies between assessments and taxes. So under an assessment process, anything greater than 50% counts. So if 5 of the 8 votes vote in favor of it, the board can make the recommendation to approve the PRD. One of the things I'm excited about with this one, that we've talked about with some of the other CSAs, is the inclusion of an inflationary adjustment. One of the things that we've struggled with our older legacy CSAs is that they don't have inflationary adjustments. So over time, as the cost of maintaining roads goes up, the cost of labor, equipment, materials, the funding for those continues to erode because those don't rise, those stay flat. This PRD fixes that. This is going to be, I believe, the first one that we have that fixes that problem. So it's an inflationary adjustment, not to exceed 5%, but it's an adjustment. So over time, the assessments will continue to accrue in lockstep with the economy to make sure that this is funded truly in perpetuity. The last thing I want to identify, because I think there's been some common misnomers in the public, is CSA and PRD funding stays specifically with the individual CSA and PRD. That means that we don't use road funds to maintain roads in CSAs and PRDs. Conversely, we don't use funding in CSAs and PRDs and pull it out and use it elsewhere. That's against the law. We have never done that. And so I just want to highlight that the money in this collected by this PRD and CSA stays in this PRD, or this particular PRD, in perpetuity. We cannot borrow it. Unless the board took a special action to borrow and return it over time, that's a very one-off case. So so I just want to highlight that. So again, that ends that. Usually what typically happens, having been through a number of PRDs, is the board chair can open the public hearing, receive testimony, and then close that. But we're open to other procedures.
Let me clarify that. When we open this item, we opened this as a public hearing. I'll reiterate that for the public. This is a public hearing. At the close of the vote, when we call the vote, the public hearing will be closed at that time. So we've gone through that process.
Thank you.
You get that right, Council? Supervisor Toffenali.
Yeah, I have a couple of concerns here. You say there was 8 property owners, there's 45 lots. So somebody owns a number of lots, other than, I guess, the other 7 probably own individual lots, and one owns the remaining of the 45, which would be, what, 38 lots?
No, sir. According to Streets and Highways Code, what they're looking at when they talk about the property owners is the current assessed rolls. And this map, having been recorded in October, is not reflected in the current assessed rolls for that entire property. Prior to the map recording and establishing the 45 lots, the lots consisted of 8 lots, and those were owned by their own property owners. There were 8 property owners.
So those 8 property owners will be paying this tax until the other remaining lots are sold individually?
That is correct.
And as they sell them individually, they come on board and start paying the tax. So the person that actually owns the remaining lots now, trying to sell them, which is a developer, doesn't pay any of the taxes into the road maintenance during that time?
No, sir. They will be paying as soon as tax bills start to go out next year, and then the current 8 property owners that were the original owners, they'll have to start paying.
On all 45 lots?
On all 45.
Individually?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that was my question. I wanted to make that perfectly clear, that somebody's not getting on the side over here a deal that doesn't have to pay until the lots are eventually sold to people to build homes onto them, or they're going to develop homes on them and sell them individually. I think that pretty much answers the question that I had.
Call for public comment on this item. Is there any public comment?
I think that it does not sound fair to the people that are there now, because no one's paying for the other 45 lots, but the 45 lots, those lots, the property value will go up as improvements are made on the road. And that doesn't seem fair to me, for people to be taxed on the road when the other people whose property values are going to increase because of that improvement and ongoing improvement. And so that's what I've got to say.
Ms. Gordo. Other public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for further discussion on our motion. Supervisor Stopper.
Basically, the people there, the 8, voted on this for the very reason that they plan on developing and selling that property, right?
Yeah.
So it's a benefit for them to pay that tax.
And the benefit to sell those lots as quickly as possible. And the thing I want to highlight in that in response, it's a good question, is when PRDs are formed, the mechanism to establish the funding is part of the requirement, but how that's done is vague. And so the creators of the PRD have different ways to do that, whether you assess different ways. The creators in this decided on that. So this wasn't the county driving, this is the solution. This was actually the developers picking this as their preferred solution, which is completely legal. And yeah, if they don't sell the lots, they're going to be on the hook for that. There's different ways to do it. This is the way they selected. It's perfectly legal with those points made, but it is absolutely legal, and it was their preference.
With that, sir, I'll move it.
Motion by Supervisor Stopper. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Toffenali. All in favor?
So,
excuse me.
May I stop you for a second? Because procedure, so this is a public hearing. So actually what we need to do, and County Council could certainly correct me if I'm wrong, is we've closed the public hearing or officially closed it, then the ballots have to be counted. And we have to verify through the elections that the ballots are verified and what the votes are. And if those votes are more in affirmative, then the board can take the action to adopt.
May I ask how long it'll take you to count the ballots?
With 8 votes, I'm hoping 30 seconds to a minute.
All right, very well.
Or a couple of minutes.
Is
I will make
elections
the
here?
statement. We have a motion, we have a second, but the motion is for the...
As amended.
I am closing the public hearing.
The other results?
I am closing the public
Oh, great.
hearing. Mr. Packinger, will you report the results of the election?
Okay, this came from the county clerk of the county, and she tabulated, she says here, I did a canvass, the results of the votes cast, etc., and there were 8, the number of votes cast, total respective, she has here the tabulation, 8 yes, and there's 0 no.
Very well. Does this election need to be certified by this board?
Not usually. I've never seen it certified before. It's just they've accepted the improvements, but you may have a... I have. I've seen a lot higher than that, too. I've seen everything, so, on this.
Okay,
so.
then we will...
Occasionally, we have 5-0.
It would be accepting the tabulation of the elections official unless the elections official wishes to weigh in on that separately.
I do not see election official here, so, okay, it passes. The hearing is closed. We have a motion. We have a second. The motion is for the resolution as amended to include the treasurer, tax collector, and auditor controller and the tax collection. Supervisor Stopper, you have something else to add?
No, I'm ready to vote.
Very well. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0, 1 absent. And let's hope we got this right over lunch, or we'll be reconsidering.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Packinger. Speaking of lunch, we will recess until 1:30, where we will reconvene for our special meeting. That'll only take a couple minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Wednesday? All right.
Oh, this is for the next item. Thanks.
Welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for November 5th. We are now convening a special meeting to discuss SPS. This is led by OES. This meeting is now called to order.
Item 1 is from the Office of Emergency Services to adopt a resolution ratifying the proclamation by the Director of Emergency Services for public safety power shutdown events on October 23rd, 2019 through October 31st, 2019.
Good afternoon, Board. Welcome back. John Osborne, your OES Director. I do need to make a slight correction. I have not made a proclamation of local emergency. And the resolution before you is for you guys to proclaim a local emergency. Semantics, but I did not declare during that time. That's why we called a special meeting, so that you could. This event began on October 23rd is actually when we were de-energized, and we were not fully re-energized until the evening of Halloween. It affected most, if not all, of our county communities in one way or another. And we've determined, well, I feel that it is beyond the scope of our local resources and would encourage you guys to declare a local emergency.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, is there further discussion or a motion?
So moved. Is there any wording needing to be changed with the fact that we're making a proclamation?
The resolution language specifies that the board is declaring the emergency.
Understood.
Thank you for asking.
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Stopper. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0, one absent. I am now adjourning this special meeting, and thank you. Ouch. Yeah. All right, we will now resume our regular meeting. I believe we're on item 26, Madam Clerk. Is that correct?
Item 26 is from the Administrative Office to introduce and waive reading of the ordinance superseding and replacing the current Title III, Chapter 3.29 of the Calaveras County Code entitled Bidding Procedures for Public Projects and replacing it with a new Chapter 3.29 of the Calaveras Code entitled Bidding Procedures for Public Projects, establishing signatory thresholds consistent with the thresholds authorized as set forth in the Public Contract Code, and clarifying the delegation of authority to certain individuals within the county with responsibility for authorizing the performance of public projects governed by Public Contract Code, and authorize a summary publication of the ordinance.
Ms. Rich?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Bonnie Rich, Administration. This item comes to you just as the board clerk summarized. The highlights are to increase our thresholds for negotiated contracts, informal bidding, and formal bidding, to clarify and update the position titles for the folks within the county that perform that work. We have added provisions that require us to comply with federal and state procurement requirements first, and then through the application of our own procedures. And we've included some definitions to clarify what certain items relative to public projects mean. I do not have a PowerPoint presentation. I will go through the changes. I wanted to highlight a couple of areas for the board and then open it up for any specific questions that you might have. First of all, the board should know that in 2006, the County of Calaveras opted in to comply with the uniform or participate under the Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act of 1983. And basically, that act promotes uniformity in the bidding procedures and accounting standards in the performance of public projects. We are one of 43 out of 58 counties who have opted in. That is a process that there is a process for that. It has to be filed with the State Controller's Office and approved by the State Controller's Office. You should also know that the State Controller appoints a commission of about 14 folks, individuals with varying backgrounds in the construction industry, to review what those bidding thresholds should be. And they take into consideration mostly material and labor costs. As we know, those increase over time. The Accounting Act says that under this process of evaluating the cost, if the commission recommends an increase to those limits, it has to increase those limits by at least $15,000. Our limits have been rather low for some time. I cannot tell you, I don't know for sure when we last adopted our limits. Our current limits are anything over $25,000 basically requires a formal bidding procedure. We have the ability to use informal bidding procedures if we have other processes in place, like maintaining a bidder's list and whatnot, that generally we haven't been really good at. We're working on that now. The state has approved and put in place, effective January of this year, increased limits, which now this revised amended ordinance reflects that we would be able to, if your board so chooses to approve, entering into a negotiated contract, do the work by force account, or issue a purchase order up to $60,000 without engaging any bidding process whatsoever. The new limits for informal bidding would be between $60,000 and $200,000, in which we would still go through a bidding process. We have to notify bidders, we have to publish in trade journals, we have to do all the formal things we would normally do under a formal, mostly under a formal process, except that we wouldn't need to bring the plans and specs to the board for approval before we advertise. And then finally, consistent with Public Contract Code, staff is recommending that the formal bidding threshold be set at $200,000, whereby all of those bids would then have to come before this board for approval. So that is the gist of it. The position cleanup items, our ordinance referenced some old titles that we don't have anymore. The folks that are primarily engaged in contracting for public projects are the Director of Public Works, the Deputy CAO over Facilities and CIP, and the Deputy CAO over Integrated Waste Management, and of course the County CAO and Purchasing Agent. All of those folks are the folks that would be authorized to enter into those agreements or bidding processes other than those that require the board's approval. I think one important thing that I left out is a key definition of actually what a public project even is. And that is the construction, reconstruction, erection, alteration, renovation, improvement, demolition, or repair work involving any publicly owned, leased, or operated facility for the painting or repairing of any publicly owned, leased, or operated facility. The term public project does not include routine maintenance work, including the routine, recurring, and usual work for the preservation and protection of any publicly owned or publicly operated facility. And for this purpose, that includes minor repainting, resurfacing of streets and highways at less than 1 inch thickness, landscape maintenance, mowing, watering, trimming and pruning, planting, replacement of plants, servicing of irrigation, sprinkler systems, and whatnot, or any items for the acquisition of supply, the materials otherwise called out for in the county separate purchasing ordinance. One change that we did make in the emergency section, and we have an item coming up after this one that will speak to this a little bit, but there are only 2 exceptions for not bidding public projects. And one is if we are going to build and I don't know why or how this has come to, but a juvenile forest camp, or in the case of an emergency. Right now,
Can you say that last part?
I'm not making this up.
Okay.
It's in here, it's in the state accounting.
Somebody slipped a ringer in there.
This is in the state code?
Pardon me?
This is in state code.
State code, okay,
Yeah,
don't worry,
public
Bonnie.
contract code.
It's okay, that's just,
Yeah, no,
those
it's
ridiculous
in
things
there.
we deal with. It's
Yeah.
okay, not yours.
So, in the case of an emergency, staff, where normal bidding would be required, we would have to come before your board and ask your board to make a finding that time does not permit the bidding process, and ask your board to dispense with bidding, and then let a contract for the urgent repair or work that needs to be performed. We have included in here that the board, by majority vote, may delegate to the chief administrative officer the power to declare a public emergency, subject to confirmation by the Board of Supervisors by a 4/5 vote at its next available meeting. We have not done that previously. Those are generally the highlights of the amendments to the public ordinance as it currently stands. Staff, again, is clearly recommending that we establish the thresholds consistent with public contract code. The value in doing that is streamlined bidding procedures, less administrative burden, quicker delivery of projects, being able to use informal bidding procedures, being able to use the alternative bidding procedures such as the job order contracting, JOC process that our Director of Public Works has brought forward to the board. These are all good things, but the thresholds essentially, while staff is, and one more note, we also have written it so that anytime public contract code grows, we would grow with it, if that's what the board chooses to do, rather than define a specific amount and then anytime public code changes, have to amend the ordinance to go with it. So I know for me personally, on the facility side, being limited to $25,000 to let a contract for a small public project is extremely limiting, and it's very frustrating to both the facilities manager and myself. We're not able to get some projects done as quickly as we would like to. That increased delegation of authority to use to just let a negotiated contract up to $60,000 is huge, would be huge for us, and the Public Works Director would also benefit from that. But it's clearly a policy decision for the board if the informal and formal bidding procedures that we have recommended are not limits that the board wants to entertain at this time. I just wanted to remind the board that that is a decision you can make. If we make any major substantive changes, I don't think dollar thresholds would be included, but then we would have to bring the item back for introduction again. My goal is to have this item approved today and come back to the board for adoption at its first meeting in December. So December the 10th is the plan right now.
Questions, Supervisor Mills?
Yes, thank you. Do we currently have a list of qualified contractors?
That's what we refer to as having a master bidders list. And we are there in a couple of different ways. We need to do a little better, but right now the county utilizes, as many municipalities utilize, is a third-party e-procurement system whereby we post all of our competitive solicitations, and within that system there are vendors that register to be notified. So that satisfies a big part of that process. The other thing that we've done in the last year is I've worked closely with Public Works to issue a more global, what we call a request for qualifications for various areas of expertise and disciplines that where we reached out and said, hey, we're going to have a need for all of these different types of services. Tell us if you're interested in doing business with the county and how you're qualified. That process also gets us there. We have started tracking internally in the administrative office on the procurement side. We have started developing master bidders lists. What we need to do is have a system in place where we are tracking bidders who are either non-responsive or if they fail to respond. We kind of need a policy or a procedure that's kind of like a, 3 strikes and you're out. Not permanently, not forever, but the goal is to maintain a list of qualified, responsible bidders from which to choose from. So on many levels, we have it. We're working towards making it better.
I'm familiar with, and I've worked with Dodge Scan over the years, so it's an example of what you're talking about. Is there any of these projects that could be allowed to work under local preference, or is that strictly forbidden on all things that we do?
That is generally not applied towards construction, public projects.
Okay.
Excuse me, no, and specifically prohibited when we're
By
using federal dollars.
federal
yes.
projects, right.
Yeah, it depends on where the funding is coming from.
Mike.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Section 3.29.06, talking about change orders. We had a threshold of 15% on change orders for contracts, after which point they would have to go back for a further review. I don't see a threshold in here, and change orders could drive projects substantially awry, and it's an opportunity for a board or those that make the decision to determine, did we really scope this project correctly, or is there something we missed?
So
Can we put some kind of a percentage threshold in here?
Yeah, their public contract code specifically defines the limits for which we can issue change orders on projects. And the purpose of those limits is to prevent contractors from bidding low and then coming in, right, and reissuing change orders. It wreaks havoc on a project, it delays projects, and ends up putting us over budget oftentimes. So the public contract code specifically says what we can do with change orders. And I believe if a contract is less than $50,000, the change order cannot be more than $5,000. If it's between 50 and, I'd have to pull up the code exactly. I think I can pull it up.
No, that's okay. I just
There
want to
are safeguards in place for that. It depends on the total value of the contract. So under the lowest dollar contract, the change order cannot exceed more than $5,000.
And then it's a percentage.
There you go. You got it up. Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah, it's in public contracts code. It's 20142. And so that's all prescribed by state law. And you're exactly right, there are dollar thresholds and percentage thresholds for change orders.
I used to carry around a clipboard with change orders and my contract, so refer to the contract, here's a change order. That's the way it worked. Being subject to the next board meeting could be up to 2 weeks away. Is there any way that we might have a different provision in there to speed up the process? In other words, what you were talking about is you could approve something subject to the board in their next meeting. That's what you stated.
Are you referring to the ordinance?
No,
or the
no,
process?
the ordinance. You said in the next meeting that,
I have missed the deadline for the 19th, so
okay,
that's why I have to bring it back for the 10th.
all right.
And then provided and I know that you're already familiar with this process, but
Yeah,
for the public's purpose, after the board adopts it, it would then go into effect 30 days thereafter.
Right, and the goal here is that, for instance, on public works projects, to be able to move these projects along quickly when the time is of the essence, weather's of the essence, that kind of thing. I'm sure that there's been some projects we've had delayed simply because we got bound up in this purchasing
Absolutely.
agreement. So I understand the reason for doing it. Thank you for your responses.
Any questions from the board? Any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for further discussion or a motion.
Chair, I'll move the item.
Item is moved by Supervisor Mills. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Toffenelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries 4-0, one absent.
The next item
Thank you
is
very much, Bonnie.
item 27 from the Administrative Office. To make findings that an emergency exists and that action is necessary to respond to such emergency, to dispense with formal competitive bidding requirements pursuant to County Ordinance Title 3, Chapter 3.29, Bidding Procedures for Public Projects, and Chapter 2.5, Emergency Contracting Procedures, Section 22050 of the Public Contract Code, and authorize the purchasing agents to let an emergency contract with Sunbelt Controls Incorporated of West Sacramento, California, for emergency repairs to the boilers and related mechanical control systems at the adult detention facility. This requires a 4/5 vote of the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Chair, members of the board, Bonnie Rich, Administration. This is a perfect example of an item. If we had the increased threshold, I wouldn't have to have brought this forward to your board. We could have simply let a contract and completed the necessary repairs. So we had a failure of the scullery and domestic hot water systems up at the adult detention facility. Our facility manager, Patrick Martin, and one of our qualified contractors, Sunbelt Control, worked quickly to get a temporary fix in place. However, there is a more permanent fix that needs to occur. The total value of that work under contract is $28,846. The board is being asked to make findings that this is an emergency. Given that this is a controlled facility, we need this equipment fixed, these controls fixed right away, the boilers. And we anticipate, in the event the board approves this item, about approximately 14 days to get all of the work complete. In fact, maybe even less. I believe Patrick has worked with the contractor to get the parts on hand and ordered and in place. I don't expect that this item would remain on the board's calendar beyond one more board meeting unless we run into some unanticipated event. But again, at this time, the board is just asked to make findings that this is an emergency and allow us to dispense with bidding and let a contract with Sunbelt Control to complete the repairs necessary for the boilers up at the adult detention facility.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Stopper, your light's on.
I probably have the same question.
Supervisor Toffenali?
So we'll let him go first.
Yeah, I have some questions on the financing part of it. I'm a little bit confused as to what this is trying to say. It's saying that we have emergency work has been budgeted and is available within the facilities maintenance and grounds under 10100-110 budget unit under professional specialized services. Then it goes on and says that this work is currently funded by Teeter Special Revenue Fund. The total cost of the work performed under this emergency repair will need to be transferred. Well, it's already budgeted in a line item. Why are we transferring and need a 4/5 vote?
That was probably a, well, no, and it will. Given the dollar thresholds that the former auditor controller brought forward to the board in establishing the thresholds for fixed assets, and capital improvement projects, that threshold for reporting or enrolling a capital improvement project is set at $25,000. This contract is $28,000. So sometime between now and mid-year, we are going to have to put that in CIP and report it as a capital, a facility betterment. That's what that means.
So then my question is, then we are taking this out of Teeter funds. It wasn't actually budgeted under this line item, that at some point at mid-year, you're going to ask us to dip into Teeter again to pay these funds.
No. We have, within the facilities budget, I think there might be some confusion. Within the facilities budget, there are various professional services
Correct.
and other small dollar construction contracts that we have budgeted and are funded by Teeter, all of them.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm aware of that.
Okay, I'm confused then. I'm not understanding.
Okay, but we line item this, okay? You say the funds are available under a line item.
I have a line
Okay.
item for emergency repairs,
Okay.
unanticipated emergency repairs.
Okay. So what you're basically saying is, even though we have it in a line item and it's been budgeted, we need to transfer the funds into the account.
I will have to enroll it as a capital project. No funds will need to be, yes, it will have to be moved to the CIP.
That's why you want a 4/5 vote.
No, actually, I just wanted to clarify on that point. A 4/5 vote is required on this item because to declare an emergency under the Public Contracts Code, to dispense with formal bidding and just do the contract, that requires a 4/5 vote. So notwithstanding any, I can't speak to the money piece, but it requires a 4/5 vote regardless.
Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you.
And Supervisor Tofinelli, you are correct, because if I'm going to change the overall picture of any budget or transfer money from one budget unit to another, you are absolutely correct, that will require a 4/5 vote.
Okay, so it will be coming back mid-year or sometime to make the adjustment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
Supervisor Mills?
I'm going to quote you on that.
Okay.
So I want to be sure here that I understand that the 1010-110 account does have the funds necessary to do the emergency repairs?
Yes, sir.
So why do we need to talk about Teeter?
Teeter already funds a majority of the facilities contracted out work. It has been that way for years.
Well, let's say I got $200,000 in this facilities maintenance and grounds budgeted line item. It's already there. I don't need to take it and move it from somewhere else to there. It's already there in the budget.
Correct. It's already in the budget. I'm not hearing you. It is in the facilities budget. We have the funds appropriated. Your board has adopted the budget. The Teeter Special Revenue Fund funds a portion of expenses associated with the facilities budget. So we already have built into the budget transfers out from Teeter into facilities to cover those costs. We move those, we make those adjustments as the expenses are incurred. We're not asking to pull money from anywhere new. It will not require any consideration of additional funds. That is just how the facilities, the majority of the facilities budget is set up with regards to services that we contract out for. Historically, Teeter has funded those.
I guess I'm going to have to draw this out on a chalkboard somewhere because I don't see the need for Teeter, but we can talk offline about that later. Thank you.
All right, I'll call for public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back for the board. Is there further discussion or is there a motion?
I just want to make a couple comments on this. And again, we had this conversation, I've had this conversation since I came back onto this board. And it may be something different than what's before us, but the root of it is still there. And that's Kitchell, the project manager that we hired for this project, and what they turned over to us. And we should never be in this position had it been turned over to us properly. There is another boiler that was an emergency boiler that was supposed to go into use when we had maintenance or a failure of this boiler, so we would not be in the position we're in now. It's never worked properly, this whole system, along with a couple other systems in there, and we need to go back and we need to put some pressure on Kitchell to rectify this situation instead of us continually spending our dollars again to fix something that should have been their problem to begin with. Regular maintenance items on these boilers and dryers and so forth, I could certainly understand. But just the fact that we're in this position, truly, as a board, we need to have a discussion about getting Kitchell back here and having a discussion. So those are my comments, and with that, I'll move this item.
We have a motion by Supervisor Thompson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries 4-0-1. Okay.
Do you want me to wait a minute?
Just this go. We don't have a presentation being set up here, do we? Let's just go.
Okay. So item 28 is from the Administrative Office to authorize the Board Chair to execute the Sixth Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with Gamby Disposal Incorporated for operation of the county solid waste transfer stations at a base facility fee of $124,047 per month for either a 1-year or a 10-year period.
Mr. Moss.
Good afternoon. Brian Moss, Administrative Office, representing Integrated Waste Management. The first thing I would like to state is that it was brought to my attention, and the board is probably aware of this at this point, that The original 2004 contract that we're working off as a base document today that was issued to Gamby in 2004 by the board was missing some pages. So with that said, what I have done is I've taken the liberty of making hard copies and also electronic copies and sent to the board. Again, it's a reference document. What's before you today are two options as stated by the board clerk, and that is this is a Sixth Amendment proposal for the Gamby contract. You have two options before you today, obviously. One is a one-year contract extension. The other one is a 10-year contract extension. This current contract expires at the end of December, this current calendar year. So with that said, we are proposing to, again, give the board a couple of options as to which way to go on looking at a contract extension. Today, staff is recommending the 10-year, and I'll tell you why. There are so many moving parts in integrated waste, and we've had the program in administration for about 15 months as directed by the board. With that said, so many moving parts, including our contracts, things are moving very, very quickly in this program. The board approved a couple items for IWM this morning, significant, including Clean Harbors, which is great for the 3-year contract, a BPO for our fuel. Those are all good things, and the board is seeing these contracts and other items come before the board on a rather regular basis, and will continue to do so. So with that said, there are items within inside of the 1-year versus 10-year contract to allow Gamby to continue to move forward in running the transfer stations. Now, the transfer stations are actually owned by the county, okay? They are not owned by Gamby. Gamby provides the equipment at these transfer stations, the compactors, et cetera. Their primary responsibilities are to tend those stations and transport the materials, both recyclables and waste, out of the area. So recyclables will go sometimes to Cal Waste. They'll go to other areas, like the cardboard now goes to Cal Waste, because that market's turned upside down, but it's a story for another day. And then the solid waste actually goes to our landfill. So that's their primary responsibility. You'll see that there have been 5 amendments since 2004. This amendment is one that actually shows, as you'll see in your board packet, an increase of 5.25%. It also includes adding a day to the operations in Copperopolis transfer station. By the way, that's beginning to rival our Avery transfer station in volume. That's pretty darn impressive. And those of you may recall, the Avery transfer station was redesigned and redone by, actually, the designing engineer was Mark Davis, who's part of our IWM staff. Also, I want to state that Mark Zan and Phil Giambastiani is with us today from Gamby for questions for your contractor, okay? Because they are currently your contractor. There's the also proposal for adding generators, 5 generators, minus Paloma, because there's a lack of volume there. That can always be tweaked, of course, but realistically, we're looking at volume. And ironically, during this with the first PSPS event we had, all of our transfer stations were out of power except for Paloma. So, see, there's a feather in the hat for that one. And then Gamby shall continue to maintain a performance bond or letter of credit, shall be compensated for the use of the corporation yard for collection and disposal of recyclables. They can address that in further detail. That's something that's done in the last several years where, as you know, Cal Recycle keeps pushing and pushing and pushing for diversion. Right now we're at 50% diversion through AB 939. The next step is going to be 75% diversion, and where are they going to go from there? We're losing credit on our alternative daily cover in terms of using, like as an example, the green waste, the dirty material, literally dirty material because it's dirt mixed in with the pine needles that we grind up over at Red Hill. what do we do with that material? Cal Recycle is saying, you can't use that anymore for credit for your landfill. So there's a lot of diversion tactics from being given to us from the state. The good news is it gives us longer longevity on our landfill. Okay, so that's really good. But still, nonetheless, lots of changes in this program. And it's amazing to see what's coming out from the legislature rather consistently and through Cal Recycle with IWM. Just a real moving target. The generator issue is one where was actually the idea to put that in a proposed contract or contract extension before the PSPS events even started. So it may look to the board that, oh, we've had the PSPS, let's put generators in there. Actually, that was something that both our engineer and Gamby talked about months ago. And I think it's actually a very good idea. There are other items in this as well. You'll see that there's a rather large area of safety considerations. I won't go over those point by point. What I can tell you is when administration took over IWM, a good example of that was going up to the Red Hill Annex, and the lights didn't work, the hardline phone didn't work, and people were leaving this time of year in the dark. We have since, as approved by the board, changed the hours of the transfer station so that staff leave an hour early. We fixed their lights first thing and fixed their hardline first thing as well, because cell phones aren't necessarily good in that little area. So those are just examples of safety considerations, not to mention all the safety issues we're dealing with at Rock Creek, as well as brought forward by our safety officer, who's been a real positive influence on integrated waste. So with that said, the recommendation before you again today is to extend the Gamby contract. I know there's a lot of information in that contract. There's a lot of information in the 2004 original document. Again, I apologize that came in every other page rather than consistently, and I want to thank Supervisor Tofinelli for bringing that to my attention. So again, you have an electronic copy of that. There's copies here up on the podium for the public as well. So with that said, what I'm going to do is would like to turn this over to the board. Again, I have Gamby representatives here, and we have our IWM engineer here as well to field questions.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Supervisor Mills?
Thank you. Green waste at Copperopolis. I know that it really isn't a problem for the locals, except we've got some contractors down there, or yard contractors, that would rather run there than run to Rock Creek. Is there a way for us to ensure that what is being dropped at that transfer station is truly from private residences and not from contractors?
Well, that's a really good...
No matter where you are in the county, if I have, for instance, a large amount of roofing material, I can't take and drop that at their Red Hill facility. I have to haul that down to Rock Creek. Is there a way that we can kind of control the amount of green waste that's coming into that spot?
There's a couple of ways we can do it. First of all, the Copperopolis facility is pretty well limited in terms of area right now. We actually have a design on the books showing a remodel and redo of that transfer station similar to Avery.
Because you got 5 acres down there.
Exactly, and we're not using much of it. Of course, all of this costs money, and this is one of the things we're looking at even with our RFPs. What would it cost to actually build out that transfer station since the volume's increasing so much? But just even as Red Hill is an example, which is our main yard waste facility, we take yard waste at Wilseyville as well. But that facility, even that, they're limited to, was it 4 or 5 cubic yards?
4.
4 cubic yards. So, so with Copperopolis, what we can do is do a limitation, number one, of how much they can bring in. Number two, it's going to be even more limited.
Per day.
It's per day. And even more limited than Red Hill. Why? Because you have one compactor. Now, I do know that the green waste program in Copperopolis has been a real challenge for your contractor. That's been very, very clear. And it mainly is because of the point that Supervisor Mills just stated, and that is you've got landscapers coming in saying, And I think we had the program maybe a month before I got my first call from a landscaper saying they won't take my green waste. Well, it turned out to be a landscaper who's bringing in large volumes. That cuts out the residents, okay? When in fact, all they need to do is go down Rock Creek Road and out to the landfill and dispose of it. So as far as the other part of your question was, how do we assure that there are residents that are even bringing it in? Am I correct?
Correct.
So I do know that there is a load check program in place, and I'm going to let Mark Zayan speak to that a little bit more, but can we improve upon that? Yes, probably we can. One of the things we're looking at is conductivity at our transfer stations. A couple reasons. Payment for whether it's yard waste or other materials where it requires a fee, and also the assurance that indeed that these are Calaveras residents. So I know that there's more tweaks to that because some people just buy property here and they're not going to have a card. So that is something that is going to be a little bit in motion or malleable. Okay, I understand that, but I'm going to have Mark address that issue regarding residency.
Hi, I'm Mark Zane, Gamma Disposal. What we have is we ID check, and I'll give it to you, it's not great. These guys know most of the residents that come in, so they let them through. What we're trying to get across to them is, it doesn't matter if you know them, you have to check their IDs, and we've been working with our staff to do that. The problem with the green waste is we don't know if they're contractors or not. If they bring the right amount in and they have a local ID, then they're allowed to dump it. So we're kind of at a loss ourselves as to how do you distinguish a landscaper from a person that owns a home there that is bringing it in.
The yardage, correct?
We've been trying to address it, but it's...
Right. And I was here in 2015, sitting in the back of the room, and we were talking about card checks and what other ways we could do this. This is an ongoing discussion, but I think that we're going to have to find a way to ensure that we're taking the waste from local residents and we're not doing commercial receiving on those locations. Just
right, and I agree. It's but the ID check doesn't do that.
No.
And so we do have to come up with a different plan. And there's been other things mentioned, but...
well, if we can just start this conversation again now, yes. And the board continues to think about, maybe somebody will have an aha moment amongst staff, amongst board members, right. Whatever, that we can kind of figure out how we're going to do this. Because right now, because of the proximity of Red Hill to Tuolumne County, I know there's abuses that go on over there. But it's very difficult to really...
Copperopolis also.
Yeah, and Copper is the same way. And Copper has another unique problem that I don't think a lot of the other transfer stations do. There's no turn pocket there. And you've had a lot of near misses. I mean, I talked to Copper Fire, and the number of things that happen right there in that vicinity is quite amazing. With the speeds at 45, sometimes 55 miles an hour, it's difficult. I would like to also have us look at how we're taking care of the garbage that gets spread along like O'Byrne's Ferry Road or some of the other areas as to how do we properly patrol for nuisances. And Copperopolis, the people even on social media are so frustrated they're going out on their own time just to keep their community clean along that entire road segment from the bridge all the way up through past IGA. We've got to figure that out. Red Hill doesn't quite have that problem because Highway 4 being a state highway, the state comes in there pretty quickly and cleans things up. But
well, I know that Paloma Road also,
same problem.
We had a call on Paloma Road, and Phil and I actually went out to check it out, and we picked up a pickup load.
And where we're not able to get them to drop at the transfer stations, they're dropping it along Parrots Ferry Road. They're going out on Camp 9 Road outside of Vallecito and dumping.
Rico City Road.
Fraco City Road's another one. In other words, they're finding alternate ways. We need to be able to encourage them to get this material dropped in the right location so that they don't create a hazard, a mess for the rest of the community. So it's just part of a broader conversation, I'm sure, but it's still...
Well, these are all things that, we talk about all the time and trying to come up with answers, and we go to different places and see what they're doing, and it's a constant battle on some of those.
On the generators, are you going to be able to provide generators to each one of your locations, or is this something that, because we know this PSPS event thing is not going away?
Right. So what we did in the past, we purchased the generator that we have now. It's mobile before the 2004 contract, and had the stations set up with transfer switches and all that to make sure it's all safe. And because what would happen is, say Wilseyville would go down with power, and we'd take it up there and it'd run. Avery would go down at a different time, so we could get away with a mobile generator. When we did our contract for 2004, they said, well, we're just going to include that into the contract. So that's fine, we have it, it's all set up. Now all the power goes out at once. So this last series of what happened, we changed it around. We ran Red Hill transfer station so we could cover the Highway 4 corridor for a day. We moved it to San Andreas transfer station so we could cover that side of the county. And Copper, we had people divert down to the landfill. And then Paloma was open.
Right.
So we diverted from Paloma to San Andreas. We diverted from San Andreas to Paloma, and we opened an extra day to compensate for that. That doesn't work all the time. It gets backed up.
And whether that message gets out in a power outage is another question.
Right.
Because oftentimes we were receiving this information literally the day after we knew it was open, kind of thing.
Exactly, and we were scrambling, to be honest with you, we were scrambling to figure out a game plan. So basically, because we didn't know what was going to go out and what wasn't. And so when everything started going down and Paloma stayed open, I contacted my staff person there and called her, and she went in on a day that we were normally closed and opened. And so everyone went to work and diverted traffic to wherever they needed to divert to.
Okay. Would buying generators for each location be something to consider?
Oh, yeah, I think it's the only way to go at this point, because like you said, it's not going to stop.
Right. Thank you for your responses.
Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yeah, I have some questions.
Sure.
And I haven't had this contract. I brought it up to Brian last night because got into this and wanted to read the contract. So I haven't had it long enough to look at it completely. However, from the original contract, it says that you're supposed to provide generators in time of power off. It doesn't say that you're supposed to go from 1 to 1. It says you're supposed to supply adequate generators for the facilities to operate on. And PSPs you knew they were coming. I just question why in 2004, when you got this contract, we didn't do that then. Make sure that we had adequate power instead of just buying one generator and wheeling it around. We didn't equip these facilities the way it's saying in the contract. You were supposed to equip these facilities in case the power went off. And generally, when power goes off, whether it's a PSPS or not, it's wide swaths of power go off because of how it's designed in certain quads. So my concern is now we're coming in 2019, 15 years later, and saying, oh, we need to purchase all of these generators, and we're asking the county to give us the money to do so. when for 15 years you've had an opportunity to do that. And that's a concern that I have, is to now, you could have paid for them over 15 years during the course of the contract with your obligations that you signed in 2004 that saying that you would do that.
Well,
and now we had facilities closed, and I still question whether, just looking at this, whether Paloma needs a generator. In the contract, it says you need a generator at Paloma. It says all facilities. It doesn't say excluding Paloma and Red Hill. It says all of the facilities that you need to have power for when the power goes off. And the PSPS, you didn't. You had facilities closed.
Yes, sir.
And that's my concern as to what the contract says and what we're saying now. And I'm a contractor.
So, if I can address that.
Sure, sure.
So, like I said, we had the generator, we purchased the generator before the 2004 contract, and before that was in that contract, and set it up. We never had any trouble until they started shutting these down. Now, we started looking into these generators prior to the blackouts that we've been having.
Okay.
But, excuse me.
It's all right.
A little trouble talking.
Can I interject something?
Hold on one second, though. Yeah, that's fine. But I want to read exactly what the contract says and versus what's being said here. It says, any generator or similar equipment provided with an internal combustion engine shall be housed in the sound dampened structure such that the noise levels do not exceed 60 decibels at the exterior of the gatehouse door, and 40 decibels of facility boundary. So that makes it sound as though it was supposed to be, these generators are supposed to be housed permanently at the site within these storage facilities to get rid of the sound when they're running. So I'm just questioning it because I see us, it's in this 15 years later. It's coming up 15 years later that we weren't prepared. We're not prepared. So you can answer.
My interjection was going to be that these generators will become county property, and the generator of the 2004 would be Gamby property.
Correct.
So there's a little subtlety there. This way the county ends up with a generator for the life of the
And I understand, that's what I'm questioning, right? Why should we have to purchase these generators that are in their contract? Why should we have to maintain those? We don't even have employees that show up periodically at these sites. Who knows what's going to happen to these generators that we're purchasing, that's our property, that's going to say, well, I don't know, it used to work. If it's their property, which it says it's supposed to be, then they're going to be responsible for their property.
Well, it's our property until the end of the contract, and at the end of the contract, it becomes county property, but the maintenance and the operation of those are Gamby disposals until the end of the contract. So part of our whole deal was setting up maintenance programs with the dealers and getting that all set up.
Okay.
I want to thank Gamby for being an excellent partner with the county for so long. There's been a lot of good work done. I've been touring with you, Mark, and to the different sites throughout the county, other than in my district, and there's a lot of good things happening. I have a hard time moving forward with a 10-year contract. A one year right now until we can get some more of these issues ironed out, and then we can look at something more long-term from there. But I think with as little time as we had to review this and everything, I'd be tentative to sign on for a 10-year at this time.
In response to that, I would just like to state that, part of that 10-year did include those generators. We were going to amortize the cost out over 10 years with IWM. That was one of the benefits to the county program. If we were to add those generators on a one-year contract, we will be picking up that entire cost in 1 year, and that's a pretty, not something that can't be done, but that's a pretty steep grade. Now, the board's well aware of what we're up against with the closure of Cell 2 and opening Cell 3, which is going to be another issue, which we're going to take care of, and we'll get it fixed. But we're talking about some pretty big dollars. So I'll be honest with you, the 10-year contract allows us to be a little bit more fiscally conservative. Can't say, and that is if we were to do the generators. Now, if we drop off some of the things that you see in the 10-year versus the 1 year, the 1 year, we're not going to ask for the maintenance and the painting and all of the things that we would do over the 10 years. We're not going to ask for that for the 1 year because it doesn't make a lot of sense. Again, it's tied with cost, tied with time. How much time do the Gambia employees actually have to do those things? That's not to say, obviously, that when you see the safety issues, that needs to apply across the board. We want to have the proper clearances. As an example, we got Cal Fire to come out and clean up Red Hill. We have a vegetation, and this is not a Gambia-related issue, but a vegetation management program pursuant to our agreement with the State Water Board. A couple of you are very much aware of that. Both your closed Red Hill landfill and your open Rock Creek landfill look like parks now when we get them mowed. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason. I don't need to go into all of that, but it ultimately helps slide prevention is what it does because of rodents and that kind of thing. So I can certainly understand, Supervisor Stopper, your position on that. I can tell you that a year is going to go by very quickly. And at that point, do you want to do, I think there's a provision inside of that even for a 2-year extension. But do we want to do that, or do you want to open up to a request for a proposal next year, in which case you have some other agencies coming in, like potentially, I won't say they will, Waste Management, Cal Waste, et cetera. One of the things I can say, and being as neutral as possible on this, that's been a real benefit for me personally, is I'm over at the Gambia offices every week. This contractor, your contractor, is a partner, is one of my key partners in making IWM a success. I wouldn't truthfully come to the board with the recommendation of that 10 if I really felt, just as your point person, if I felt that there was going to be an issue. Not to say I don't absolutely understand and completely respect whatever way the board wants to go, we will follow. But I just wanted to let you know there is a relationship, a professional relationship that's been established over the last 14 months. I think even Mark would agree to that, where we're working together. Maybe that wasn't done in the past so much. Along with that working together comes in a level of accountability I don't know if was there before or not. Gambia was left to their own devices. They did a good job with what they had. But if I'm incorrect, were you going without a very little county input? I'm not throwing stones. I'm just saying that's the reality. Today's a new day. These are your contractors that I have a professional relationship with to try and make this entire program better. So I would just throw that into.
Yeah, good thing I got it. I think we all agree that Gambia's been a really good partner. I mean, you guys have very good customer service. I can understand why part of the problem, Mark, the local stations is those of us who haul our garbage, we all know the people at the station. Heck, it's where I get some of the best information in the district on a Saturday. It's a hangout place. Sorry, I hope I don't cause a traffic jam for you guys. But also, Supervisor Stopper and Supervisor Toffenelli have some very good points. And I think we all have a little bit of, this isn't a reflection on Gambia, but we've all had some sort of indigestion about some of the Cal Waste contracts that have gone through. And so that's hanging over this. It's not a reflection on you, but it might be a reflection. It might shed some light on some of our hesitancy. Shoot, you live in my district, Mark. So we understand the relationship, and we understand what you're saying, Brian, but I think it's important to take into account what my fellow supervisors are on the solid waste task force and working on it. Supervisor Toffenali?
Yeah, my question for Brian. You guys do a great job. I haven't heard any complaints from my constituents other than when they closed because of the PSPS situation, but then it was part of it. We declared a state of emergency, so we just did. So, Brian, my question to you is, I understand this is the funding for all this. My concern over the 10-year and the funding going down and with the escalating COLAs that go on with this thing, and as recyclables go down, if they do in the cost, and no increase over since the beginning in 1991 or whenever it is we put the property tax of $150. That's not gone up. The funding for this 10 years, when we're in year 7 of the contract, what's your, and I know you're asking us to do this, so you must have some insight that you can quell my stomach from rumbling about the 10-year to pay for this.
Understood. And I think that's how IWM got upside down in the first place, was all of those Cal recycle programs that said we shall do this. You remember the good days for IWM. But, and I'm really glad you brought that up, because there's a couple of things that I've noticed. I calculated the weighted rate when I first got the department is $220 an hour. That's not a lot of money. But you start adding that up, it is a lot of money. Now, some of you, and especially Gary, will remember the days when I was in environmental health and probably bringing the largest fee schedule forward for the board for adoption. As a matter of fact, that was stated from the board at one time. But a good example.
You had more hair then, too.
Pardon me?
I said we both had more hair back
Yes,
then.
we did. I had hair. But I'm really glad you brought that up, because here's one of the things that I've been talking to about with my administrative analyst. A good example of this is anytime, just like in environmental health, anytime we take an action that is, let's say, not at the landfill doing regular operations, it's already covered in that parcel fee you're talking about. If I take up a bin to the sheriff's office, okay, the guy gets up from his desk, he goes out to the truck, he gets in the truck, he drives up to San Andreas, he drops it off, and he drives back. The cost to the department, the actual cost is $220 an hour, okay? It doesn't matter. That is his cost, because that $220 an hour is a weighted rate. It includes your gas and oil, transportation, training. It includes capital assets, everything from salaries, employee benefits, on down to services and supplies and capital assets. So they fill up the bin with tires. I'm not picking on the sheriff's office. I'm just using it as an example. So we're called up to go pick up the bin that's full of tires, and we bring it back to the landfill. Okay, again, $220 an hour for all of that time. That's a couple hours, maybe 2.5 hours each trip. Okay, round trip. Now I'm paying to get rid of the tires. So IWM is picking up the cost for getting rid of the tires as well. So I'm using that as an example to say that there are areas I'm looking at the program, and I know that's not a lot of money, but it does add up. I'm looking at these things going, we've been doing this for free, and I understand from within inside of the county, because we're all under one label, we're all under one seal, okay? But the cost of doing business is the cost of doing business. And IWM, from what I'm looking at, has not been recouping, and at times didn't really need to, maybe. But today, it is critical. We're not recouping in those areas where we can actually recoup for those costs. That's one issue. And the other issue that hasn't been tackled since 1992, I think is what it was, 91, 92, is the parcel fee. The reality is that parcel fee was designed, as I understand it, for the disposal of solid waste. Pre-939, pre all the other recycling mandates, pre all the diversion requirements, all those things, pre green waste, pre all these other programs, okay? So that parcel fee, which is a really good deal, and you go to any place else, any other landfill, you'd see a dramatic. We actually Gambia has put together some comparatives for different landfills that we're looking at as well. What is the true cost? A couple ways to deal with that. Do you keep the parcel fee where it's at and say we increase our tipping? We actually charge a tipping fee. Okay, we already charge a few dollars for yard waste. We're charging pennies. We're charging pennies on our cost. If it costs me $20, I'll just throw that number out, $20 for my attendant to go over and make sure that material went where it's supposed to go at Red Hill Annex, but I recovered 20 cents to do that. What sense does that make? So there's a lot of moving parts just on the fiscal end of it, and Gary, you are absolutely on target. You're absolutely correct, because I think that we have really been missing the boat on how to recover costs. And I don't mean in recovering costs and trying to put a tremendous burden on the public. But I am talking about this is a cost of doing business, and how do we get closer to covering those costs? So that is something we are looking at, yes.
Supervisor Mills?
I'm kind of having heartburn over a 10-year, even though economically it makes sense. And the heartburn is because we don't know where the state's going. Cal Recycle could tip our world upside down in a heartbeat, and then what do we do from there? And how do we recover those costs? So I would be more interested in doing a 1 year with, or even a 2 or 3 year with some type of a reopener that we could, if something should happen, that we could go back and review it, because they're not going to want to operate at a loss either.
No, and that's part of it that they're dealing with.
The reality is that with the uncertainty of all of the other moving parts that we have within our solid waste program, there's a lot of money that could be expended very quickly and put us really behind the ball. And
absolutely.
It might lead to the closure of some of these locations simply to solve the problem, and I don't want to go there. So I would like us to look at a 1 year with at least a 2 year extension, and give us some time to really determine whether or not Cal Waste, with the diversion programs that are coming in 2020, and the opening of Cell 3 and all of the other pieces, give us a much better look at the financials on this thing before we make a decision to a longer-term contract. I know it's a win for them, and it would be a win for us, but that would be based upon today's dollars and today's laws and rules that we're operating under. It doesn't mean in 5 years from now that's going to be the way it'll go. It could very easily go in a whole other direction we're not ready for.
Understood. Also, I would like to remind the board that you have I want to say it's a 60-day out clause as well. So that's very important. I mean, if for some reason 1 year or 10 year or 5 year or 3 years, whatever the board, whichever the direction the board gives, I want to remind the board that you do actually have a clause wherein you can say that the whole thing went sideways, we need to step out. So that is in your contracts, both the 1 and the 10.
Well, I would hope we understand if it goes sideways for them, they won't have that.
Well, if it's about to go sideways, you're going to hear from me first, but that's not and well ahead of time, but that's not the point. So anyway, again, I certainly understand where the board's going on this. Again, I'm trying to do what I can to make things as smooth as possible for integrated waste so that we're moving forward. I think the board is well aware of that. I want to thank Mark and Phil for the response to the PSPS as well, because as the board knows, I sent out a notification to the board to let you know, and also did a press release pursuant to a request to do so, to show that we were actually making an effort and we're at least keeping a station open no matter what. And then he had staff actually manned at the closed stations to make sure that that was redirected. Of course, if we do the generators, that's not going to be an issue. But I'm just saying, even if we don't do the generators, we are taking steps to make it work today.
Supervisor Stopper?
Multiple things. You answered that, yes, we have hardship when it comes to the integrated waste fund, but you never really, in my eyes, answered Supervisor Toffanelli's question about where we're at in year 7. So, I see the benefits on a 10-year contract and spacing out the cost over of generators and other upkeep throughout the time. And the smaller things on a 1-year contract are going to cost us a little bit more. But I think we need to take the time and be very pragmatic about how we move forward with this situation. Because my understanding is that we don't have enough to fully get moving forward on the new cell after we close the first one down.
You are correct.
And where are we going to be at when this becomes full? Yes, we are saving a little time on the recycling, but that's minimal. I mean, in time. I would also like to see the solid waste task force start to meet again. I have reached out to you multiple times on this.
Absolutely.
And we have enough people that are approved by the board to be on that. And I think that this would be, we could sit down and have these conversations with Gamby and how we're moving forward and get people in the community involved. And this is part of our public outreach in informing people with transparency.
Right.
So these are all things that are important to me. And I think many of the other board members, I would assume, that on how we proceed and we get the proper input from the community, and then we come forward with ideas, because I pulled the board on one of the ideas that you've come forward with earlier this year.
Correct.
And the board's still waiting on it. It's a possible source of revenue that will take some of the burden off the taxpayers and everything else. And this, I understand this kind of is off topic, but it all has to do with the same topic. It has to do with the same topic, sir. And so I would like to take the time and start getting all this stuff going forward. I personally support a 1-year contract. I personally support working with Gamby for another 10 years. They've been excellent partners.
Right.
I think they've done a great job.
Agreed.
But I think moving forward on a 10-year contract with all these unknowns would be irresponsible of us right now.
Supervisor Toffanelli?
Yes, let me throw out the following and see if we have some consensus on it. I had some concerns, but looking at the overall picture, when we present the contract for the ambulance service, it's usually 10 years with a 5-year open up, and we look at it. So going forward, and I understand Brian's concern with paying for generators, which obviously going forward in this time that we live in, they're going to require generators there, a permanent generator housed there, not something you wheel around and try and start by pulling the chain. I mean, something that comes on automatically when the power goes off.
Right. Right.
So like a Generac or whatever, a Kohler. So that in mind and all the things it would have cost, and I understand Supervisor Mills and Stopper's idea about a 10 years. So what if we agreed to a 10-year contract on the basis that every 2 years it's revisited, that we can relook at it and see if it's working or not working, what is working, what isn't working. At least we have the ability to come back. It would give Gamby the sense that we want to invest in them, give them the 10-year contract, have that partnership, but yet at the same time it gives us the opportunity to come back and reassess what's going on and make adjustments if things start going south financially wise or what have you. We do have the 60-day clause. We can say adios, see you, nice time. But I don't think that's fair. They have been, and I kind of grilled them on the generator because of what it's in the contract. And I can't just say, just go, I'd like to wreck the seal, but you got to go buy me a forklift. I think if we can do that and we can reopen it up in a couple of years, or even the first year after we go into a 10-year, we can open it up the first year, and then 2 years, every 2 years after that, or 5 years after that. At least it gives us ability to relook at it, reassess, see where we're going avenues-wise on funding, where consumables are, where recyclables are, what we're doing, and it would, I think, be beneficial for us and them at the same time.
You know, I'd like to make a comment also. I'm very concerned that we haven't, Solid Waste Task Force hasn't met, discussed this specific contract. I'm concerned about us modifying a contract from diocese up here without sitting down and going through this. I hear everything. I don't think that anybody said anything out of line as far as how we're all feeling.
No, this is all very
It
clear.
may be one of these items that, and we've got a long-term relationship. We're going to keep working together, keep paying, but it might be an opportunity to take a step back, have the Solid Waste Task Force meet, have council sit down, go through this. I know when we're looking at the default term, I look at the 6-day termination, that's based upon only the default of the contractor. So it's not a we can just walk away type deal. So I'd like to think that we take a step back, maybe push this off a little bit, and take another bite at it in another month before the end of the year. I'm not sure. I mean, that's just an idea.
I understand, and that makes sense. The board needs to be aware that we're up against a end of December timeline. The other option would be to do the 1-year extension now, and certainly iron those things out as Supervisor Stopper was actually recommending. I mean, I really like what Supervisor Topanelli was saying. Before we went further on with that, I was going to say we could do that every 2 years in a study session format. The board could go ahead and vet the entire process. Where are we going? Supervisor Stopper's been absolutely correct. He's been stating we need this solid waste task force. I will tell you that it's on my desk. It's been no excuses. One fire after another in integrated waste, it's not that it's not a priority. It's just been one of those things where between the State Water Board and what we're dealing with today has been taking priority. But again, that's why that task force is in place. So the good news is we actually have the members now where we didn't have them in the past.
Right.
So that's why it stopped meeting.
And I can confirm Brian's experience with how busy he's been dealing with these issues. There have been issues that haven't been dealt with in a decade that he's been rectifying through the State Water Resources and Control Board and addressing notices of violation to the point where the county's circumventing fines and other things. And he's done an excellent job, and I do appreciate that. So I don't want to take away from anything that he's done, but I think that part of the process should include the Solid Waste Task Force.
And I would agree. I would agree with the board on that matter.
Let's check public comment, and then we can see if we can wrap this thing up.
Okay.
Is there any public comment on this item?
In Mariposa, they have a agreement with Yosemite National Park. And because they got together, they got money from the government. But anyway, they have a place and they separate everything. And that's what I do at home. I separate stuff and I rinse it. And then I take it out to the dump. My newspapers go in the same place that my jars go in. The cans go in. You name it goes in. And what have I separated all this stuff for? I just don't believe it. In Mariposa, if you take your stuff to the dump, you either have it separated or you pay to have it dumped. And so the other thing is the organic waste. There is no reason to take organic waste and fill in the dump with organic waste. Organic waste should be recycled. It's a natural resource and it's a renewable resource. It should not be treated as something that you dump. It should be ground up and put back in the ground. I don't care what, but it should not be in the dump.
Well, I think in the short term, until the Solid Waste Task Force meets to have this conversation, we are going to need to at least extend this contract for a year. That's, to me, I see that as the minimum. Once we get that done, then we can come back, even during the course of that year, and go after a longer-term contract or have some other options available. But because, I mean, you gentlemen remember, we were meeting every 3 months. Up until this last year. But Brian, you saved us literally $10,000 a day fines by clearing up these notices of violation. So there are priorities, and I understand that. So let's get the task, let's do a 1-year extension, let's get the task force a chance to meet. I know I'm part of that as well. And then we can have that fuller conversation. We can come back to the board with some recommendations of what we think is the best way to handle this. And still allow them to continue under the certainty that they have a future with their business.
And I'm sorry.
That would be my motion, is to provide a 1-year extension on the contract with the understanding that the Solid Waste Task Force would meet very soon, and that we would come back to the board with a recommendation as to what other modifiers and contract extensions we may go with beyond that. Diane, have you got that now?
So 1-year extension, meet and evaluate.
Right. And a priority of the Solid Waste Task Force would be for the further extension of this program.
Correct.
Okay.
We've got a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Council, can you please speak to this? Because I got a feeling that I agree with a majority of what Mr. Mills is relaying, because that's, I feel, what I've been relaying since the very beginning of this item. But, adding in a contingency on the Solid Waste Task Force.
I can pull that from the motion if that
I feel like this is direction we can give Brian to do, and they should do it. They have input from the public, but at the very end, the board makes the decision at the end of the day.
Okay, 1 year.
I could be wrong.
No, I can modify the motion to just a 1-year extension, but board direction that we would do the rest of what we just talked about.
I just want to clarify that the motion would be to extend it for 1 year.
With board direction.
I understand, but my concern is modifying a contract that's before the board. Would that be the only modification, is essentially taking it from 10 to 1, and would you be approving the amendment?
It's one of the options. It's one of our options already, is the 1 year. So the motion would be the 1-year contract. That's where I'm trying to get. And then there would be direction from the board for Brian to get the proper input so we can move forward on a contract that potentially puts us in a long-term with Gamby, our good friends, in the future.
That is the motion. That's what I was trying to get to.
Very good. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right. Council's frowning at the computer.
No, I have the 10-year, and then I'm seeing that there's 2 options. I didn't see the 1-year contract actually attached to the item before.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0, 1 absent.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your work.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
And thank you.
And thank your employees that work at the transfer stations.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. We will relay that. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I did not have my mic on. You know, it's 3 o'clock. You've been patient, but we're going to take a 10-minute break. Welcome back to the Board of Supervisors meeting. I believe we're on item 29.
Item 29 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution revising the appeal fee for the Planning Department.
All right.
Good afternoon.
This is a public hearing, and it is now open.
Okay. Good afternoon, Peter Maurer, Planning Director. So back in April, we adopted a new fee schedule for the Planning Department. At that point in time, we did not propose to modify the fee for appeals. The board directed me to come back for discussion on that. So that's what the purpose of this public hearing is for. At this point, I'm not recommending any change, but I did provide an analysis of sort of what it costs for the county to process your typical appeal. I say typical because they really run the gamut. You recall the hearing that we had on the gun club issue. Some of those may have been around for the asphalt plant issue. Those obviously took a lot more time, and some of them are really pretty straightforward and take very little time. Typically, a planning fee is based on an average cost, and so what I've provided is sort of the range of time that typically takes about 10 to 20 hours to process an appeal. That fee would then range from about $700 to $1,400 based on our hourly rate, with the middle being $1082. The balance that we're trying to strike here is cost recovery versus making it a deterrent for the public to petition the Planning Commission or you when they feel that they haven't been heard. So, which is the reason why we are just recommending that it stay the same. Back in 2016, we did an amendment. The fee at that point in time was $100. We recommended it be $300. The board increased it to $500 at that time. So that's basically the background. You have the opportunity to modify the fee, either raise it or lower it, as long as it's not more than $1,082. That's the analysis that shows that would be the maximum amount. We cannot charge more than the cost of what it is, what it takes to process an appeal. If you leave it the same, no action needs to be taken. If you want to modify it, I would suggest that you modify the resolution to put in the actual number that the amount should be. Do you have any questions of me?
Any questions from the board? Supervisor Mills.
Yeah, the information that you've given us, would you consider this to be nexus study material here, or is this simply just drawing an average?
That is to provide the nexus. I mean, and part of the nexus study that we would do for any fee would be to look at what are our typical costs, and then, again, we base most of our fees on an average, which is acceptable practice under state law.
I remember the public pushback in 2016 when it went up.
Yes.
It was quite vocal. Yeah. So, okay. So as long as we know what range we're working in.
Right.
Questions from the board? Is there public comment on this item? Seeing none, I will. Yes, Ms. Cordero?
In order to be fair to everyone, it should be low as possible, because a lot of people do not have a lot of money. And if people who have money are able to have an appeal, and people who do not have money cannot afford to have an appeal, that is not fair.
The public comment. Seeing none, I will close public comment and close the public hearing as we move towards a decision what we want to do. Is there a motion? If we decide not to make a change, if I understand this correctly, then there's no action to be taken.
I'd propose that we actually lower it to $300 if we can get a consensus here of the board. There's been major pushback. A lot of times, a lot of people have, I think, not appealed things because of the cost. And I happen to agree with Ms. Gordon that people that have items that come before the Planning Commission and they wish to appeal, they don't have a lot of money the whole project, if they came before the commission, cost them a lot of money to begin with. $500 to some people is a lot of money. So I would propose to lower it to $300.
Is there any support for that proposal? We'll take it in the form of a motion. Is to $300, is that motion? Is that a motion, Supervisor Huffman?
I would consider that a motion to lower it to $300.
Is there a second for that, or further discussion on that item?
I think out of fairness to the general public and the amount of pushback that I remember in 2016, that would be a reasonable request. I'll second the motion.
Board Chair, before taking an action on this, I would recommend, because it is a reduction in the fee, that there be something included in the motion as far as making a public benefit finding for the reduction, because obviously 500 or 300 is still less than what it's overall going to cost the county for processing an appeal.
I could say that. Thank you for bringing that up. You know, as a public benefit to the public itself, and seeing that the cost to be lowered in order to meet that threshold of for the public and it being a benefit to them, I would move for $300.
Before I call the vote, do you have a statement to make, Supervisor Stopper?
I actually have some questions on another idea I was thinking about, which may go along with the reduction in the future, and maybe Peter can answer this. Maybe I'm too far out of the box when I'm thinking about this. But if we were to lower the appeal fee, and at a certain point, a lot of times when the appeal fee is too low, it doesn't matter if it's the pro-business person or the person that's against the business appealing the issue. A lot of times they'll just start throwing in appeals just because they can, because $100 is nothing to some people. Is there a way, if they don't go through with their appeal, to incur the rest of the cost to them if they're unsuccessful on their appeal? So let's say if you kept track of your time on an appeal, would you be able to give them the full cost if they were unsuccessful in their appeal?
I'm not certain of the, how consistent that is with state law requirements. We can charge on a case-by-case, if we establish an hourly rate for, we have that for certain kinds of projects, in the EIR, for example. We charge on time and material. We could charge time and material. I would be hesitant, although I don't know if it's necessarily illegal, to charge someone a higher cost if they lose their appeal than if they win the appeal. I guess in a way it's sort of, I think what you're getting at is, a court case. The winner of the case usually, doesn't have to pay attorney's fees. They collect it from the losing party. I think that there is a certain amount of equity involved in, particularly with the citizen appealing the decision of me or the planning commission to their elected officials, that they have the right to petition their government, and this is
somewhat of a check and balance.
Yeah, and so there's yes, the general taxpayer is picking up that difference. Mm-hmm. But in the overall context of the amount of appeals that we have, the cost of running the planning department, let alone the entire county government, it's probably a fairly small amount. And I think that trying to track our time in that manner, and then you lose your appeals, and then you get stuck with the bill, that's not going to sit very well.
Right, understood. We have a first and a second, sir. I had a question that I did want answered.
I have something. I'm a little concerned about this. I think that by lowering it, I understand why we'd want to deal with this, but we raised it in many ways to avoid nuisance appeals, and I'm concerned. We spent a lot of time doing various nexus days on different projects to make sure we have full cost recovery for everything, right? I mean, down to the nickel. And now we're going to suddenly say, these actually cost us $1,082, but we're only going to charge you $500. Now we're going to take it down to $300. So in many ways, I would consider this a gift of public funds in many ways. I mean, I think my main point is I'm finding a hard time with the consistency that we're either charging people for what things cost across the board, or we're not. And so I am not going to support a reduction in the fee. So we have a first, we have a second. Everybody's made a statement. We'd had public comment. I'll call the question.
Just to clarify, the motion is adopting the resolution as amended, in the last line in the therefore be it resolved would say adopt a revised fee for appeals to the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors to $300.
That's the way I understand it.
And adding the public benefit finding as read in the record.
Found to be a public benefit.
Yeah.
Okay. Madam Clerk, why don't you call a roll call on this one?
Supervisor Toffenelli?
Yes.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Supervisor Stopper?
When we talk about multiple issues, and cost recovery comes up consistently, and making sure that staff does it. At this point, we're not near what the cost is, so therefore, I would like to leave it as it sits. No.
Supervisor Garamendi?
No.
It's a 2-2 vote with one absent.
So the
Does
motion
not-
fails.
does-
May I
motion
offer a
fails.
suggestion that there is a motion to continue this item until there is a full board? Maybe it would possibly break the tie.
That's a suggestion, but I'm not hearing a motion to reconsider from the floor, from the diocese.
And I would just remind the board that you can also consider alternative motions,
Okay.
if there are any.
Seeing none, I think this is, vote holds.
Okay.
No action taken.
Thank you.
Item 30 is from the Planning Department to approve a lot line adjustment 19-14 on land restricted by Agricultural Preserve number 27 for Marie F. Chaddock.
Good afternoon. Jana Cathan, County Planning. Much as we have done before, this item and the following item 31 are actually linked together, two parts. So the first part, of course, the lot line adjustment for Marie Chaddock happens to be a lot line adjustment between two parcels of land that are both in the Agriculture Preserve. One parcel of land is located in Calaveras County, and the other parcel is in San Joaquin County. The proposed lot line adjustment is to merge a 2.5-acre portion of the property in Calaveras County owned by Marie Chaddock with the property in San Joaquin County. The purpose of the lot line adjustment is to alleviate the trespass of a driveway that currently serves as access to the San Joaquin County property. To facilitate the lot line adjustment, or to facilitate a lot line adjustment in the Agriculture Preserve, you must make 7 findings to substantiate consistency with Government Code Chapter 51257. Those findings are rolled into the draft resolution that you have before you. The second part of this actually will be to simultaneously resend the original contract and re-enter into a new contract illustrating the new boundary of the new parcel. In 1971, Edmund Freitas established Ag Preserve Contract Number 27 for 322 acres of land. Over the years, the preserve has been divided and is no longer in common ownership. What remains is the 167.42 acre parcel, which is owned by Marie Chaddock and described by the county as APN 50-016181. The lot line adjustment will have no effect on the current agricultural operation. And again, the 2.5 acres is an existing driveway, which is not currently in ag operation. Both the lot line adjustment and the agriculture preserve contract are exempt from CEQA, and a notice of exemption has been prepared for filing. This item has been heard by your appointed Agriculture Advisory Committee and your Agricultural Commissioner, and they both recommend the approval of the lot line adjustment, and then subsequent to that, the disestablishment of Ag Preserve Contract 27 and the establishment of Ag Preserve Contract 374, totaling 165.42 acres of land.
Okay. Any questions? Supervisor Mills?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Public comment? Seeing none, bring it back for the board for further discussion or motion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Stopper. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Toffenali. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0, one absent.
Item 31 is from the Planning Department to adopt a resolution to disestablish California Land Conservation Contract Agricultural Preserve Number 27 and simultaneously establish California Land Conservation Contract Agricultural Preserve Number 374, totaling 165.42 acres for Marie F. Chaddock, trustee of the Marie F. Chaddock Trust.
So this is the part two. Same thing, just need to disestablish the existing contract and establish the boundary of the new contract, knowing that the 2.5 acres is now transferred over to the portion of Ag Preserve contract in San Joaquin County.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Stopper? No? Public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for discussion.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Stopper.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Toffenali. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0-1.
Item 32 is from the Planning Department to adopt a resolution to disestablish California Land Conservation Contract Agricultural Preserve Number 110 and simultaneously establish California Land Conservation Contract Agricultural Preserve Number 376, totaling 136 acres for Kurt H. and Sharon L. Hertling of the Kurt H. and Sharon L. Hertling 2005 Trust, dated October 26, 2005.
So the county received a California Land Conservation Contract application from Kurt and Sharon Hartline for 136 acres consisting of one single parcel up off of Sumner Road in West Point. In 2017, the Hartlines purchased the property from the Dunlap family. Their intent is to maintain the existing 12-acre organic walnut orchard. In addition, utilize the land to graze 37 head of registered Angus cattle. Our farm advisor, county farm advisor Scott Onetto, conducted a feasibility study which confirms a gross annual income from the cattle operation to exceed $7,000. Which therefore exceeds the minimum $2,000 requirement to be eligible for the Ag Preserve. The land has been in the Ag Preserve since 1971 when R.E. and Betty Dunlap established Ag Preserve Contract 110 for the same 136-acre parcel. This item is exempt from CEQA, and a notice of exemption has been prepared. Your Ag Advisory Committee, in addition to your Agricultural Commissioner, have considered this application, and their recommendation to you is to disestablish Ag Preserve Contract 110 while simultaneously establishing Ag Preserve Contract number 376, totaling 136 acres of land for Kurt H. and Sharon L. Hartline. Questions?
Questions? Seeing none, any public comment? Mr. Corda?
I'm using this as another opportunity to say that a lot of the changes that are being made with the Planning Commission are with the idea of growing marijuana. And this particular one is in prime timber growing land.
Thank you. Any other further public comment? Seeing none, it's neat. This is the old Dunlap property.
The old Dunlap property, and the Heartlines actually are farmers down in the Linden area, and they do have additional family that owns the adjacent properties as well, currently in the Ag Preserve.
He was always very kind to me when I was a kid.
Mr. Chair, this is your district, so I will make the motion for you.
Thank you very much, Supervisors. Motion by Supervisor Toffenelli, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0, one absent.
Thank you.
That's it, Gina?
She's done.
She's done?
She's out of here.
Item 33 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing, adopt a negative declaration, and adopt an ordinance amending the zoning of APN 016-026-076 and 016-026-077 and 016-026-078 from unclassified to general agriculture for Kevin Clay. Authorize publication of brief description and map of reclassified property.
Okay. Thank you for your patience while I get set up here. Peter Maurer again for the Planning Department. I'm taking this for Madeline Flandreau, who is unfortunately out sick today. So this is a zoning amendment, 2019-39 for Kevin Clay. Proposed change from unclassified to A1 general agriculture on 3 parcels of 40 acres each, totaling 120 acres. It's located off of Maranatha Lane in District 2, south of Jesus Maria Creek. You can see the property here. It includes the 3 of the 4 quadrants on the east and south side. As you notice, these were sites of former cannabis cultivation. The proposed ordinance that was, or not proposed ordinance, the adopted ordinance would allow cultivation of cannabis regardless of the zoning, whether this is approved or not. Currently, it's unclassified. That's allowed on these sites, as well as in the A1 zone. Under the current general plan, it's identified as future single-family residential, 5-acre minimum, but under the proposed general plan, it's resource production, recognizing the rural, remote nature of the property, the potential for timber and agricultural production. So the resource production designation established to primarily identify those lands that are most capable for timber production and agricultural operations. and also where it's away from the public services and utilities and higher density community regions. Current zoning, as you see, there is agricultural preserve to the north. Most of the property around it is unclassified. There's the 40 acres to the south, which is in general agriculture. Larger tract of land to the east is BLM land. So the current zoning, as I said, is unclassified. It is identified as an interim zone and is intended to just sort of stay that way until a more appropriate zone is identified. We will be going through, upon final adoption of the general plan, with a countywide rezone, but the applicant had requested that this be processed. I filed the application earlier this year to rezone it to general agriculture. A negative declaration was prepared for this earlier this year. There was a 30-day public comment period. We received no comment letters on the negative declaration, found that there were no significant impacts associated with this proposed zoning amendment. The Planning Commission heard this in September and recommended that the board approve the zoning amendment. So the recommendation is to adopt the ordinance amendment from unclassified to A1. It's consistent with the general plan update. The current zoning code and the general plan policies encourage the zoning of land to agriculture where it's appropriate. It is compatible with the surrounding area. Do you have any questions?
So, Peter, just so I'm clear, so under our proposed general plan that we'll hopefully take care of in the next couple of weeks, next week, this is compatible with that?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, the agricultural zones are compatible, resource zones are really compatible in any land use district under the current general plan. So even though it's identified as future single-family residential, the resource production zones are found to be consistent with all land use categories under the current general plan. It's definitely consistent with the resource production designation under the draft general plan, which will be before you next week.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Questions from the public? Public comments?
The general plan, the addendum to the general plan, or the addendum to the EIR of the general plan and the EIR are inadequate to environmental prospects. It does not take into consideration that replanting of timber is not addressed. It is something that California is responsible for overall, and we're one little speck of California, but it's a sad day when we let weed take precedence over timber growing and the air cleaning possibilities that timber provide.
Thank you. Further public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back for the board. Further questions, comments, or a motion?
Was this property affected by the fire?
Yes, it was.
It was part of the fire area. Yeah. I just thought I'd ask. It looked like it was. I look at the aerial photos.
Yeah, if you look at that aerial
Yeah.
image, you can clearly see that it was burned over a portion of the property there.
Yeah.
And this is a 2018 image, so that's 3 years after the fire, or 2.5 years after the fire.
So, Mr. Chair, this is your district again. You in favor?
I am.
So I will make the motion for you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Motion by Supervisor Toffenelli. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Stopper. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0-1 absent. And we have closed the public hearing with that motion. Okay. Supervisor announcements.
In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement, such as mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meeting attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
If it's all right with everybody, I'd like to do a quick poll. We'll do an announcement, I'll do a poll. Go through it. Supervisor Mills, why don't you begin?
Yeah, last Thursday, 24th, Tina McCoy was over at Mark Twain for cancer awareness, and I was one in attendance. 25th, Senator Borges was at CCWD, and I noticed another supervisor was there as well. Very good conversation with him. Over, primarily to me, was the insurance for homeowners in Calaveras County. And on the 2nd, there was a dinner for the great elementary school down at Copperopolis that we attended. This Friday, the 8th, I will be at the Mountain Counties meeting in Auburn, and should bring back some really good stuff from that. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Stopper?
I also attended the meeting with Senator Borges. The insurance came up. Also, we gave some recommendations on how to address and what some of the issues are addressing when it comes to the PSPS situations and PG&E. He was very receptive, and hopefully we can have some positive state legislation to help us deal with these instances as we move into the future.
Okay, Supervisor Toffenauer?
The only thing I have to report is the COG meeting tomorrow night here in the chambers, 5:30. And if your poll is to poll whether it was nice without Marita, yes.
Very good. I have nothing I'm required to report, but I do want to compliment the county and in particular our staff for their Halloween efforts. Many of the offices were just spectacular, and the costumes were just classic. So it was I have to admit, I had a great time coming here for Halloween. I have a quick piece of housekeeping to take care of. We have to do a special meeting for the auditor controller interviews, and I'd like to pull a couple dates with you guys, if you can, if everybody's got their calendar. The dates are presented by the clerk, came up with these December 13th, 12th and 13th, Thursday and Friday. We only need one of them. Yes, sir. December 12th or 13th, Thursday and Friday. Anybody have a preference? 12th?
I'm good with the 12th.
Mills, Stopper, Garamendi, 12th it is, and we'll just have to let Supervisor Callaway know that's when we're going to do it.
Okay.
You have another poll, Supervisor Mills?
Yes, regarding the issue of the mini horses, my wife was before this board within the last year discussing the very same thing about Title 6.12. It might be an opportunity for the board to start providing some direction to the revision of 6.12. I know that Tuolumne and Amador County are more strict. We do not have to mirror state code, but that is currently what we're doing. And I would just like to get a direction from the board that we might move forward with a revision of our vicious dog response in the county with Title 6.12.
I've been talking to the owners of the horses. I think that, a meeting to visit on how we want to move forward on this as a board is not a bad idea. This is a crucial issue, and I could support a meeting to discuss how the board would like to move forward in the future on that.
So have an agenda item come forward, is that what we were thinking, or did you guys want to have a subgroup and then bring something forward? Council?
I just want to remind creation of an ad hoc needs to be agendized, so anything will have to come back. I would just like clarity on what it is, Supervisor Mills, you're wanting to come back, whether it be a
Simply board direction for the staff to work on revising 6.12 to make it stricter than what it currently is, looking at other counties and other options that the board can look at and decide what would be their best interest.
So then the item coming back at a future date would actually be that amendment, or would be a study session to discuss what this board would like to see in an
We
ordinance?
could do a study session, we could do it whatever way the board feels. I can get a consensus for
Yeah, no, I think a study session.
A study
item
session.
Where, not a whole meeting, but we'll have an item, having can come present, talk to council, see if there's any changes or direction, and probably the recommendations from the staff. And then we can bring back any changes.
Yes.
Does that work, council? Sure. Gary, are you on board with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Ben?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I have one more question for the ad hoc.
Sorry. Yes, I'm on here with that too. 401.
We have an ad hoc committee regarding the jail and its demolition, and we haven't heard from the ad hoc committee in quite some time. I certainly would like to hear a report from them at their earliest convenience.
You want me to answer that? With the PSP, we had meetings scheduled, but with the PSPS situations going on, we've had to cancel a couple of them, so we haven't met. But it's been rescheduled for December 4th, this Thursday, November, yeah. This Thursday at 7, so let's meet and then we can report back out of that meeting.
Okay, thank you.
But again, we need to have the discussion, Mr. CAO, during that agenda concerning the jail in Kitchell. Okay.
We should have, Supervisor Mills, we should hopefully get back to you within a month. I think we're going to update everybody on what's going on. So I think that's a good call. Yeah, PSPS off.
Twice.
For a loop. Very well. CEO, anything? Madam Council? Madam Clerk?
After your meeting on the 7th, you should go get your flu shot.
Very good. We've been ordered to go get our flu shots after the 7th. Very well. With no further ado, this meeting stands adjourned.